Chapter 824. The killing was shocking, and the long swords clanged. As Chunzong continued to attack, and as Chunzong's conviction became more and more condensed, the sharpness of the Demon Slayer's sword became more and more shocking. Gradually, a blurry sword shadow seemed to be condensing, but something was missing, and it could not fully condense. Even so, the power of each of Chunzong's sword attacks had an obvious increase. On the other side, Murong-jun and Wu Maiyuan both exploded with shocking power, and they fought fiercely with the two Demon King clan formidable martial artists. Every attack was earth-shattering, and it seemed to destroy everything. That terrifying power made it so that there was no third person within 1,000 meters of them. Boom, boom, boom. Nobody knew when Murong-jun had put on a pair of black gloves. The gloves were filled with black light, and they exuded a shocking aura. They were a pair of middle-grade spirit artifact boxing gloves. As he punched, the void shook, and it was as if the mountains were collapsing. It was terrifying. Under this punch, one could faintly see the shadow of a black mountain rushing forward, as if it could shatter a mountain. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the people 1,000 meters away could feel the terrifying pressure from this punch. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. This is the power of a king-ranked martial artist. Xiang Liang avoided the attacks of the Demon King clan's elites as he was shocked by Murong-jun's power. That terrifying power made him feel like he was being suppressed and torn apart even from a distance. It was very uncomfortable. Cheap slave, you have some power. The Demon King clan formidable martial artist's mouth curled up. He was shocked, and then he sneered. Cheap slave. In the past, this was what the demon race called the half-demon race. That was right. In the eyes of the demon race, the half-demon race was like a lowly servant or even a slave. They were inferior beings that were enslaved by them, and there was not much difference between them and the other demonic creatures. It was because of the discrimination of the demon race that the half-demon race sided with the human race, and they became the human race's help against the demon race. If not for this, the demon race's power would only be stronger. Hearing how the Demon King clan formidable martial artist addressed him, Murong-jun's face turned even colder. The coldness in his eyes seemed to materialize, and the power of his palm seemed to increase. Although he called Murong-jun a lowly slave, this Demon King clan powerhouse didn't dare to underestimate Murong-jun's palm. A king-ranked martial artist's palm strike was extremely powerful. He punched out. Black demonic energy covered the black glove on his fist. It was a mid-tier demonic artifact. In terms of grade, it was not inferior to Murong-jun's mid-tier spiritual artifact. This punch was capable of destroying mountains and mountains. Boom! The palm and fist collided, and after a slight pause, an extremely shocking and violent wave erupted from the collision. It surged out in all directions and even shattered the hard ground below, causing numerous horrifying holes to appear. The storm raged and swept in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The demon hunters and demon clan elites within 1,000-meter radius were affected and forced to retreat, vomiting blood nonstop. On the other side, Wu Mayu and the second Demon King clan formidable martial artist also displayed their king-ranked martial artist powers as they battled intensely. Wu Maiyuan's weapon was a pair of huge hammers. Every time he swung his hammers, a shocking amount of power exploded. They were like bright yellow lightning, extremely dazzling, tearing the sky apart. Wherever the hammers landed, the spatial zone shook as if it was going to collapse. Wu Maiyuan's body was tall and strong, but he was extremely agile. Coupled with his immense strength, the combination of the two allowed him to unleash a frightening amount of power. Coupled with his demonic powers, every strike of his hammers seemed to be able to break through the spatial zone. Wu Maiyuan's opponent, the Demon King clan formidable martial artist, used a pair of jet black short poles. The poles were extremely heavy, and when they struck down, it was as if two mountains had been compressed together. The frightening suppression caused the ground to crack first. As the hammers and poles clashed, an even more shocking sound rang out. That sound was extremely ear-piercing, and the sound waves surged out like invisible blades, causing everyone 1,000 meters away to turn pale. It was as if their eardrums had been pierced, and fresh blood flowed out. Without a choice, everyone could only stay further away from these 4 king-ranked formidable martial artists. After killing more than 30 Demon Clan elites in a row, Chunzong's body suddenly trembled as a cold, intense surge from the depths of his body. The 3rd Demon King Clan formidable martial artist had his eyes on Chunzong and was closing in on him at a frightening speed. This cold intent directly descended on Chunzong's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A strong sense of danger surged from the depths of his body, causing Chunzong to instantly wake up from that state. Just a little bit more. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just a little bit more, and his sword intent would have welcomed a breakthrough and transformation. His sword intent was now at the peak of the 2nd stage of the manifestation realm. If it broke through again, it would reach the 3rd stage of the manifestation realm. At that time, his strength would have an obvious increase. One had to know that there were different stages of the true intent. Between each stage, there was a clear difference in power. Under normal circumstances, extreme mortal realm martial artists could only grasp the 1st stage of the manifestation realm. Only a few could grasp the 2nd stage of the manifestation realm. If they had outstanding comprehension skills, they would either have a fortuitous encounter or they would have slowly honed it over time. Most earthly spirit realm formidable martial artists could only grasp the 2nd stage of the true intent. As for the 3rd stage of the true intent, it was almost impossible for extreme mortal realm martial artists to grasp it. It was too difficult, unless they had a fortuitous encounter. Just now, Chunzong was just a little bit away from transforming his 2nd stage of the true intent into the 3rd stage, reaching a level that only earthly spirit realm formidable martial artists could achieve. However, he was interrupted. This kind of interruption was like killing one's parents. It was absolutely irreconcilable. Murderous intent exploded from Chunzong's eyes, like a long sword piercing through the air. At the same time, a jet-black blade light, chilling, domineering, and exterminating, pierced through the air and slashed towards Chunzong. The aura contained in this blade caused Chunzong's expression to change drastically. The murderous intent in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a trace of seriousness, a seriousness that came from the bottom of his heart. This blade was so terrifying that Chunzong could smell the scent of death. Chunzong knew that he couldn't withstand this blade at all. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. In an instant, Chunzong unleashed his movement technique to the extreme. Layers of illusions flashed and were incomparably agile as he dodged the blade. However, under this blade, the illusions were continuously shattered and turned into ashes. The extreme sense of danger made Chunzong's hair stand on end. He swung his sword and slashed out. Spiral, 9 revolutions. The demon-slaying sword didn't come into direct contact with the blade. Instead, it slashed from the side, trying its best to change the trajectory of the blade. Even so, Chunzong still felt an extremely cold and domineering force rushing from the blade, through the demon-slaying sword, and directly into his arm. His arm couldn't help but tremble. That terrifying force rushed into his arm and into Chunzong's body like a hot knife through butter, attempting to destroy Chunzong's body from the inside. On the surface of his body, that terrifying force even caused Chunzong to fly backward. With a muffled groan, his blood and chi flowed backward, and he couldn't help but spit it out into the air. Chunzong's body retreated a few hundred meters. After 9 revolutions, he retreated more than 1,000 meters. His face was pale, and the arm that was holding the sword kept trembling. He felt weak and sore, just like an ordinary person who used too much strength. So powerful. Chunzong's heart was filled with shock. The power of that blade was truly terrifying. He was no match for it all. King-ranked martial artist. A second thought came to his mind. His strength was the strongest among those below the king-ranked martial artist level. Ordinary people at the peak of the 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm wouldn't even be able to withstand one strike from him. However, the other party's blade was able to injure him. What's more, it wasn't a direct hit. He didn't bear the full force of the attack. If he had been hit directly, Chunzong guessed that even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, if the other party was an earthly spirit realm martial artist, then he wouldn't have been able to dodge this blade. He wouldn't even have had time to react before he was killed. From this, he could deduce that the power of that blade was probably at the king rank level. Before this, Chunzong was still very curious about the strength of a king rank martial artist. He even wanted to fight with one. Now, he understood that the other party was very strong. So strong that he couldn't fight against them now. This kind of strength wasn't as simple as just doubling his strength. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Chunzong didn't slow down at all. He quickly distanced himself from the other party and took out elixirs to heal his injuries. However, the Demon King clan martial artist had already set his sights on Chunzong. He saw Chunzong kill many demon race elites and realized that Chunzong was a threat to the demon race. A threat he had to be eliminated as soon as possible. He chased after Chunzong. Everywhere he went, demon hunters were killed. As he approached quickly, a terrifying killing intent locked onto Chunzong. This made him extremely shocked. Once the other party got close, he would most likely be killed. Did Chunzong want to die? He didn't want to, and he didn't want to. However, the other party's speed was extremely fast. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to pull away. Even if he wanted to retreat into the demon suppression camp, it would be too late. What should he do? If he activated the Azure Feather Shield, he would be able to defend against the other party's attack. As the other party approached, that was a defense that could defend against an Emperor Realm martial artist attack. However, Chunzong was unwilling to give up. Was defense the only thing he could do? Moreover, the Azure Feather Shield's defense wasn't permanent. It had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would disappear immediately. If he wasn't strong enough, he would still be killed by the other party. For a moment, a strong feeling of unwillingness grew in the deepest part of Chunzong's heart. It grew wildly like weeds and quickly spread all over his body. An astonishing aura also burst out, increasing Chunzong's speed above the limit. Even so, he still couldn't pull away from the Demon King clan martial artist. Under the other party's astonishing speed, the distance between them was constantly shortened. Chunzong moved around, trying his best to sneak into places with the most demon race elites to hide his figure and slow down the other party's speed. At the same time, he was thinking at lightning speed. In an instant, many ideas were born and extinguished. Use the congenital chi secret method. Another idea popped up. Of course, using the congenital chi secret method could greatly increase his strength and make him more powerful. However, Chunzong felt that even after using the congenital chi secret method, he might not be the other party's match. Chapter 825. Forbidden Art. It was a forbidden art. Once it was used, it would give one immense power. However, at the same time, it came with frightening side effects. Back then, Chunzong had personally seen his master, the Lord of Green Feather Mountain, use the forbidden art, Heaven Saber. After that, his strength increased tremendously and became even more frightening. However, the side effects were also very obvious. Unless he had no other choice, he would not use the forbidden art. In the past 6 months, Chunzong had also used his merits to exchange for the necessary materials to cultivate this forbidden art. However, he had never used it before and was not willing to do so. However, at this moment, he had no other choice but to use the forbidden art. With this thought, Chunzong's will became incomparably firm. He would use the forbidden art then. Since he was already in danger, he might as well take a look at the forbidden art that he was cultivating and see how powerful it was. Soon after, Chunzong tossed the Demon Slayer's sword into the sky. His hands waved rapidly, and his 10 fingers brought about layers of phantoms. They were extremely nimble, sometimes straight, sometimes curved like hooks, and sometimes as nimble as snakes. They condensed one talisman seal after another. Every talisman seal flickered with silver light. They seemed gentle, but were actually as sharp as swords. Every talisman seal looked like a simple sword character. Really, 9 silver talisman seals appeared in his hands and shot towards the slowly spinning demon slaying sword in front of him. Like a brand, the talisman seals landed deeply on the sword. At the same time, Chunzong let out a low shout. Well, the moment the second word came out of his mouth, Chunzong's 10 fingers condensed 9 talisman seals and quickly imprinted them on the demon's slaying sword. The demon's slaying sword trembled and let out a melodious sword hum. Sword, the moment he said the third word, 9 more talisman seals formed and imprinted themselves on the demon slaying sword. As the demon slaying sword cried, waves of terrifying sword aura surged from within and covered the sword. The air around it was torn apart and turned into a vacuum. At the same time, the king-ranked martial artist from the Demon King race charged forward with his saber. The long and narrow black demonic blade was incomparably ferocious, carrying with it an extreme killing intent. Overbearing and cold demonic energy surged on it. The blade tore through the sky and ruthlessly slashed down. In less than a breath's time, the saber would reach Chunzong and kill Chunzong. On the other hand, Chunzong was at the critical moment of casting the forbidden technique. He had no time to be distracted. Chunzong's complexion changed drastically when he saw the pitch-black cold saber light slashing toward him. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead and flowed down his cheeks. His heart was beating wildly and throbbing incessantly. Just a bit more, and he would have been able to unleash a forbidden technique. At that time, he would have been strong enough to fight against his opponent. However, could it be that he couldn't even fight for this bit of time? Chunzong was unwilling to give up. However, in order to survive, there were only 2 options. One was to give up on casting the forbidden technique and quickly dodge. The other was to activate the power of the blue feather shield to protect himself. That way, he would have enough time to complete the forbidden technique. The first option would cause him to be injured. After all, once the forbidden technique was unleashed, it was best not to stop. Otherwise, there would be a backlash. The second option would use up the blue feather shield. That was a life-saving trump card that could withstand an all-out attack from an emperor. It would be a waste to use it on a king-ranked martial artist. Chunzong's thinking was faster than the Demon King race's king-ranked martial artist saber. In an instant, he made his choice. The second option, if it was a waste, so be it. As long as he could survive, there would be hope. Brother Chun, be careful. A hurried voice rang out like thunder. Immediately, a figure flew out from the side, exploding with all his strength. Like a falling meteorite, he attacked the saber light. It was Xiang Liang. Xiang Liang's cultivation level was at the 8th stage of the extreme mortal realm. When he used all his strength, he could kill an ordinary 9th stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, such strength was nothing to a king-ranked martial artist. He was like an ant. Bang! The moment Xiang Liang's body came into contact with the pitch-black saber light, he suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. However, this caused the saber light to deviate. It slashed past Chunzong's side, leaving behind a terrifying saber scar that stretched for thousands of meters. Chunzong's teeth were about to crack. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with grief and anger. An extremely violent killing intent surged out from the depths of his heart like a broken dam. It turned into an unparalleled killing intent that shot up into the sky. Damn it! This Demon King race member deserved to die. He actually killed Xiang Liang. Release. The last word came out of Chunzong's mouth. It was like the first clap of thunder at the beginning of the world. It carried with it Chunzong's grief, anger, and unparalleled killing intent. It reverberated through the heavens. This killing intent was so thick that it could not be dissipated. It was like a sudden clap of thunder exploding beside one's ear. Everyone within a 1,000-meter radius was shocked. They all turned around to look. Immediately, they saw an unbelievable scene. They saw another 9 talisman seals that emitted a silver glow fly out and imprint themselves on the demon-slaying sword that was spinning in the air. The sword aura surrounding the demon-slaying sword suddenly expanded and swept out. It covered a radius of a few meters and enveloped Chunzong's body, as if it was swallowed up. The dense silver sword aura transformed into a huge cocoon that emitted a silver glow. It floated in the air. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist, once again struck with a saber. The pitch-black, cold, and domineering saber light pierced through the air. Its power was unparalleled. The saber was like a thunderbolt that split the air. It viciously slashed at the huge cocoon that was formed by the silver sword aura. There was an extremely loud sound of metal clashing. The pitch-black saber light shattered. The huge cocoon was sent flying. However, it was not damaged at all. The Demon King race martial artist was shocked. He held his saber with both hands. His pitch-black eyes shot out a terrifying purple light. It was like two purple thunderbolts that tore through the sky. An astonishing amount of demonic energy filled his saber. As the saber trembled slightly, it emitted a sound that made one's scalp tingle. It was like the roar of a demonic creature from the abyss. This saber was forged from the bones of a powerful demonic creature. It was also forged with the blood essence of that demonic creature. It was extremely terrifying. The pitch-black saber slashed through the air. The black saber light stretched out in an instant and transformed into a ferocious demonic creature. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it flew towards Chunzong. It raised its sharp claws and tore through the sky like lightning. It viciously clawed at the huge silver cocoon. The power of this attack caused everyone 1,000 meters away to feel their hair stand on end. That extreme cold and domineering aura made it hard for them to move. It was as if they were frozen. With a pop, the huge silver cocoon was instantly torn apart by the terrifying demonic creature's sharp claws. It shattered into pieces. Chunzong's body also appeared. He was not injured. At this moment, Chunzong was obviously different from before. His devil-slaying armor fluttered in the wind. There seemed to be silver runes imprinted on it. Each rune had a faint silver light flowing. Overall, it looked like countless runes had formed a stream of water that flowed back and forth on the devil-slaying armor. It looked extremely magnificent and dazzling. Chunzong's long black hair also fluttered in the wind. Vaguely, there was a trace of silver divine light. Even his entire body seemed to emit a faint silver halo. Sharpness and fluctuations of sharpness surrounded him. When his eyes opened and closed, they became incomparably sharp. They were as threatening as the edge of a sword, making it difficult for people to look straight at him. Sword comprehension of the true will. This was the only forbidden technique in the Heavenly Sword Tao. It was also an extremely powerful forbidden technique. In terms of strength, it was even better than the Heavenly Saber entering body forbidden technique. Chunzong could clearly feel that his body was filled with an incomparably strong power. That power was extremely sharp. With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to tear the sky and split the earth. It was as if nothing in this world could stop his attack. Immediately, Chunzong's gaze turned towards the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist. His eyes shone with an incomparably sharp, killing intent. He stretched out both hands and flicked his fingers. Streaks of silver sword chi shot out. The speed of the sword chi was indescribable. It was extremely fast. It was only when the sword chi hit the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist, that a sharp, headache-inducing swishing sound could be heard continuously. For a moment, both the human and demon races' faces were distorted. They hurriedly retreated. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist's face was grave. He continuously waved his black long saber, shattering the streaks of sword chi. The terrifying power continued to explode. Everything within 100 meters was torn apart and turned into dust. Sword, a low shout with an accent, sounded like rolling thunder. He clasped his palms together and then quickly separated them. His right hand clasped together as if he was holding onto a sword hilt. Amidst the intense buzzing sound, Chunzong pulled out a long sword that emitted a silver light. This sword looked exactly the same as the demon-slaying sword. The only difference was that the color was different. However, it emitted an extremely sharp light. For martial artists who practiced the sword, 70% of their skills were in the sword. Without a sword in hand, the difference in strength was very obvious. Once the sword was drawn, everyone who had retreated, both the human race and the demon race, felt a chill run down their spines. They even felt a prickling pain on their skin. It was as if the invisible sword chi had cut through their skin. They were extremely shocked. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist's face became even more grave. However, in his dark purple eyes, there was a trace of excitement. Only someone with such strength is qualified to be my opponent. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist muttered to himself. His entire body shook, and a thunderous sound reverberated. A black aura poured out like the waters of the sea. That was demonic energy. All of his demonic energy was unleashed. Fight! The long and narrow demonic saber pierced through the air. At the same time, a streak of silver sword light pierced through the sky. Like two streaks of light, the saber and sword collided in midair. The sound of the collision was extremely sharp. The chaotic, demonic aura in the surroundings was shattered and repelled. It immediately turned into a vacuum. Immediately after, the vacuum collapsed, and countless chaotic, demonic auras surged in, forming a terrifying storm and creating a shocking sound. Following that, the chaotic, demonic aura storm was shattered and dissipated. There was no one to be seen. There was only a streak of silver light and a streak of pitch-black light moving within a radius of tens of meters. They kept colliding. Every time they collided, there would be a shocking sound. This sound was even more intense than the battle between Murong Jun and Wu Mayu and the two Demon King race, king-ranked martial artists. Chapter 826. With a chi sound, a silver sword mark cut across the sky, splitting the chaotic, demonic aura into two. It was as if the sky of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss had been split into two. The remnants of the terrifying power caused the sword mark to linger for a long time, emitting a shocking sharpness. Immediately, a black saber light slashed across. In an instant, hundreds of saber lights slashed across, shattering the silver sword mark. No one could see the figure at all. Only the silver sword light and the black saber light could be seen within a 100-meter radius, interweaving into a strange and terrifying net. Anything that entered the net would be shredded into pieces. Streaks of sword and saber marks slashed across, breaking open the hard surface of the ground, leaving countless crisscrossing marks. Each mark was half a meter to 1 meter deep. It was a shocking sight, emitting a shocking wave of energy. Chunzong's eyes were filled with a terrifying light, as if they could pierce through everything and tear everything apart. He stared at the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist. After the Sword of True Intent was released, his strength had increased tremendously, reaching the king-ranked level. This kind of power made Chunzong intoxicated. It was as if a casual swing of the sword could split the mountains and tear the earth apart. It was unparalleled. The wind could no longer obstruct him at all. Instead, it was easily torn apart like a vacuum. With a swing of the sword, the extremely fast sword tore through everything, bringing with it a terrifying power that was unstoppable. It slashed at the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist again and again, clashing with the other party's long and narrow demonic saber time and time again. The sharp sound was accompanied by countless sparks, riddling the dense, chaotic, demonic aura with thousands of holes. At such a high speed and with such unparalleled sharpness, there was no need to execute any special sword art. He only needed to use the most basic sword move to maximize his power. Of course, the reason why there was no need to execute any special sword art was because the power was too strong beyond Chunzong's control. There was no way he could execute any special sword art. Only the basic sword art was the simplest and most direct. Chunzong knew very well why this was so. It was because his spiritual senses were restricted. His spiritual sense was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary extreme ninth-tier human realm warrior. But because of the sky-reaching tower, most of his spiritual sense was restricted, and he could only use a small part of it. When the ascending sky pagoda entered his sea of consciousness, it automatically refined it. The power that refined the ascending sky pagoda was his own spiritual consciousness. This refining process was not under his control at all. Only after the Heaven Ascension Tower was refined would that part of his spiritual sense be released and be used by him again. Qinzong wasn't sure when he could finish refining it. All in all, it would have been better if he didn't think about it. Now that he thought about it, he inevitably felt a little helpless, because it was out of his control, and Qinzong didn't like it when things were out of his control. With most of his soul sense restrained, Qinzong was unable to cultivate the fourth level of the art of spiritual enhancement for the time being. What he could mobilize was also very limited. If he could mobilize all of his soul sense, Qinzong guessed that in the state of the true intense sword comprehension, he would be able to control all of his power at this moment and execute the Heart Sword Dao sword art instead of the basic sword art. Compared to Qinzong, the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist, could obviously control all of his power. The saber art that he executed was extremely domineering and mysterious. Every saber strike was extremely condensed to kill. Immediately, Qinzong caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye in the midst of the fierce battle between the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artists. He was slightly stunned. Xiang Liang, that's right, Qinzong saw Xiang Liang. He wasn't dead. In an instant, Qinzong's thoughts turned, and he figured out the cause and effect. Xiang Liang had the ability to create clones. In other words, the Xiang Liang that was destroyed just now wasn't his real body, but his clones. Xiang Liang wasn't dead. In an instant, the anger that filled Qinzong's heart dissipated, but his killing intent was still there. I'll take this chance to kill more of the demon race's elites. With this thought, Qinzong slashed his sword at the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist. Then, at a shocking speed, he charged towards the other demon race elites. Among the hundreds of demon race killing teams, there were 3 king-ranked martial artists. They were the 3 Demon King race clansmen. 2 of them were fighting Morong Zhen and Wu Maiyu, and while 1 was fighting Qinzong. Now, Qinzong was attacking the other demon race elites. With his true intense sword comprehension and his terrifying king-ranked martial skills, no one could stop him. In an instant, a few demon race elites were killed. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist shouted angrily as he raised his saber and chased after Qinzong. Seeing the demon race elites die, one by one, under Qinzong's sword, he was extremely enraged. With a loud boom, the demonic energy in his body seemed to be ignited. A series of explosions sounded, causing the Demon King race king-ranked martial artist's aura to surge. In a blink of an eye, it was 50% stronger. His speed increased, and he caught up with Qinzong in an instant. With a slash of his saber, he split apart Qinzong's sword that was attacking one of the demon race elites. Immediately, the Demon King race king-ranked martial artist's second saber slashed towards Qinzong's neck with extreme killing intent. This saber was meant to cut off Qinzong's head and kill him completely. Qinzong reacted quickly. He immediately waved his sword to block the attack. At the same time, he retreated quickly. His speed was so fast that he tore through the air, leaving a mark. A strong force passed through the body of the sword, causing Qinzong's expression to turn serious. At least 50% stronger. Qinzong was secretly shocked. However, he also understood that the Demon King race king-ranked martial artist had used a secret technique or an innate ability. With a 50% increase, the Demon King race king-ranked martial artist strength became even more terrifying. Qinzong's advantage was weakened. As they fought, he started to be suppressed bit by bit, not to mention killing the other demon race elites. With his increased strength, Qinzong kept moving and waving his sword to block the attacks. However, after the Demon King race king-ranked martial artist strength increased, not only was his strength stronger, but his speed was also faster. In one breath, hundreds of sabers turned into a majestic pitch-black saber light. It slashed towards Chunzong with earth-shattering might. There was no way to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Under the saber, Chunzong was sent flying. A terrifying saber mark that was a few meters wide was pushed far away. The terrifying force invaded his body, causing destruction. Chunzong's expression turned serious. He tried to use all his strength to fight back. However, he felt that it was difficult to fight back. It was as if his strength was not enough. His organs were attacked, and his bones and tendons were shaken. Chunzong was injured again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with a shocking sharpness. It cut open the ground, leaving a long sword mark. The saber did not kill Chunzong. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist held his saber and attacked again. Slash, slash, slash. The black blade light tore through the air, each blade faster than the last, continuously slashing at Chunzong's raised sword. The extremely terrifying power caused Chunzong's body to tremble continuously. His sword felt like it was about to be cut into pieces, and his body felt like it was being crushed and strangled. Power! I need more power. Chunzong screamed in his heart. As if sensing Chunzong's resolute will, in an instant, all the spiritual senses in his spiritual sea surged towards the sky-ascending pagoda, enveloping it completely. The refinement of the sky-ascending pagoda had reached the final stage. Soon, it would be completely refined. At this moment, all the spiritual senses surged into the sky-ascending pagoda, speeding up the refinement process. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was actually just a short moment. All the spiritual senses surged out of the sky-ascending pagoda again. A feeling of being in control of everything arose spontaneously. Chunzong knew that the sky-ascending pagoda had been refined. It had been completely refined. His spiritual senses were also liberated. He was no longer restrained. In his spiritual sea, the demon-defending seal formed a ball of light that floated. It was the second form of the demon-defending seal, as well as the first form of the demon-binding seal and the first form of the demon-slaying seal. The second form of the demon-binding seal was extremely difficult to cultivate. Chunzong still could not master it. As for the second form of the demon-slaying seal, that was even more so. Chunzong also knew very well that the first form of the demon-binding seal and the demon-slaying seal would not be enough to deal with a king-ranked demon race, formidable martial artist. The moment he executed the first form of the demon-binding seal, the opponent would dodge it. Furthermore, there was a limit to how much the first form of the demon-slaying seal could improve. At the very least, he had to master the second form. However, the second form was too difficult to cultivate. After half a year, Chunzong had only mastered the second form of the demon-defending seal. As for the second form of the demon-binding seal, he was still some distance away from mastering it. The sky-ascending pagoda had been refined. That part of the spiritual senses had been unrestricted. Once Chunzong had complete control over it, his entire strength was also under Chunzong's control. In a flash, his long and narrow demonic saber slashed through the air, leaving behind a long saber mark. It was as if the ground had been split into two. The sharpness gushed forth, causing the Devil King to be taken aback. He hurriedly turned and slashed out with his saber. In an instant, the saber transformed into hundreds of sabers, weaving into a terrifying net of sabers that enveloped everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, everything would be torn apart. This saber net was like an inescapable net. It was destined to be unavoidable. Chunzong did not even think of dodging it. With his spiritual senses unrestricted, Chunzong regained his full strength. Although it did not increase Chunzong's absolute strength, his control over his own strength had reached an astonishing level. He had complete control over it, and he had 100% control over it. The result of having 100% control over his own strength was that Chunzong could execute any sword art that he knew at will. He could also better grasp the weaknesses of his opponent's attacks. In this world, there was nothing truly perfect. There were only things that were infinitely close to perfection. The closer it was to perfection, the fewer flaws it had, and the harder it was to find them. This Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist saber art was flawless and extremely exquisite. Before this, Chunzong could not find any flaws at all. It was perfect. However, this perfection was relative. Now, after the sky-ascending pagoda had been completely refined, his spiritual senses had been unrestricted. He could use them completely. His senses had been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his profound attainments in the Tao of Swords, Chunzong instantly found a flaw in his opponent's saber net. Although it was a small one, it was enough. He struck out with his sword. In an instant, hundreds of swords struck the same flaw. That flaw was also extremely tough. It was only shaken after hundreds of swords. With another strike, it was broken. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. The pitch-black saber net was broken. A silver light pierced through the sky and pierced towards the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist. It was extremely fast. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky. In the eyes of the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist, it was rapidly magnified and filled the entire world. Chapter 827. In the face of danger, the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist quickly dodged. He only felt a shocking sharpness brush past him. His strong body felt like it was being torn apart, and he felt a sharp pain. He shifted his feet, and the demonic saber cut through the air. The ferocious demonic creature condensed again, and its sharp claws tore through the air as it viciously clawed at Chunzong. Under those sharp claws, it was as if everything in the world would be torn apart. The extreme danger made Chunzong's hair stand on end. He took a deep breath, and as the Void Sword Force surged, the Third Sword Force followed suit. All his strength was channeled into the sword in his hand. The sword trembled violently as it was swung out diagonally. It was as if it was cutting through cloth, and a silver sword mark extended for thousands of meters. Heaven Scar. The power of this sword was many times stronger than before. It was terrifying. It stretched for tens of thousands of meters before it disappeared. That ferocious demonic creature was also split apart by this sword. The saber and sword clashed, and the terrifying power impacted both sides. Chunzong and his opponent could not help but retreat a few meters. Although the true intense sword restriction unsealing technique gave me great strength and gave me the strength of a king-ranked martial artist, it cannot last for long, Chunzong said to himself as he continued to fight. At the end of the day, the strength of a king-ranked martial artist was not his own. It was obtained through the use of the forbidden technique. Once the duration was up, the side effects of the forbidden technique would appear. By then, not only would he not be able to maintain his strength, but he would also fall to an even lower level. This Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist was very strong. He was already a king-ranked martial artist. Now that he had used the secret technique to increase his strength by 50%, he was even more terrifying. Even if the secret technique ended, he would still be a king-ranked martial artist. It would be too difficult to kill him. Once the true, intense sword restriction unsealing technique ended, it would be very disadvantageous for Jiang Yi. In the demon-suppressing army camp, in a spacious palace, there was an oval-shaped table. At one end of the table, there was a huge chair. On the left and right sides of the table, there were 3 chairs each. The 7 chairs were originally empty, but all of a sudden, there seemed to be a strange fluctuation. Layers of ripples spread out like water, and silhouettes appeared on the 3 chairs on the left. Then, a silhouette appeared on one of the 3 chairs on the right, making a total of 4 silhouettes. Each figure seemed to be shrouded in clouds, and they could not be seen clearly. What's more, they were constantly emitting shocking auras. After a few breaths, a figure appeared on the 2nd chair on the right. "Fifth Army Commander, what's the result?" one of the figures asked. The commander of the 5th Army. If an outsider heard this, they would be incomparably shocked. These 5 people were the 5 generals of the 5 armies of the Demon Suppression Army. They were all gathered here. As for the other 2 empty chairs, one was for the head of the Demon Slaying Division, while the other was for the head of the army. Very tricky. The 5th Army Chief replied, I've infiltrated the 7th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. I can't infiltrate the 8th level anymore. The other 4 generals listened quietly to the 5th Army's words. The Devil Race has been planning this for a long time. Now that they have mobilized, the camp won't be able to hold on. The 5th Army emphasized, Since we can't hold on, let's give up, said the 3rd Army's commander decisively. The construction of the demon suppression camp had taken a lot of effort and resources. It would be a pity to give it up. However, the 5th Army's commander would not do something without reason. If he said that he couldn't defend it, it meant that the devil disaster this time was very shocking and the devil race was very powerful. Give up, said the 2nd Army's commander coldly. Even if we have to give it up, we can't let the devil race occupy it so easily. The 4th Army's commander smiled, his gentle voice like a breeze. 4th Army, speak. The 1st Army's commander's voice was deep and forceful. The demon suppression camp was built by the demon suppression army with painstaking efforts. We won't give it up unless we have no other choice. Since we have to give it up, let's destroy it in one fell swoop and not leave anything for the devil race. The 4th Army's commander's gentle voice contained a trace of decisiveness. I suggest that since we have to destroy the camp, we make some arrangements in the camp as a gift to the devil race. At the same time, we can blow up the door so that the devil race army can't enter the surface. The 2nd Army's commander's voice grew colder. Blow up the door. The other 4 generals were shocked. The door was the only door that connected the surface to the Earth Demon Abyss. If it was blown up, it would be difficult for the devil race army to enter the surface. It would also mean that human cultivators could no longer enter the Earth Demon Abyss to train. There were advantages and disadvantages to blowing up the door. The advantage was that the devil race army could not invade the surface. The downside was that human cultivators would lose an excellent training ground and a source of magic herbs and magic ores, and so on. However, in the current situation, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. I'm afraid that even if we blow up the door, we won't be able to completely stop the invasion of the devil race. They will open up another door. The 5th Army's commander said worriedly, The devil race will definitely open up another door. This is also the result that I want. Opening and stabilizing a door is not an easy task. The devil race will expend a lot of resources, and it will also take time. The 2nd Army's commander spoke, his voice still cold. We also need time to gather the various sects to come and help us fight against the invasion of the devil race. In that case, we will blow up the door and give the devil race a big gift. The 1st Army's commander concluded, Retreat. Return to the demon suppression fortress. The order from the demon suppression army's higher-ups was immediately known to everyone through the imprint. Retreat. Chunzong was slightly stunned and did not understand what was going on. However, since the order was given, they had to follow it. In an instant, the demon hunters, as the first wave, quickly retreated and flew back to the camp. The devil race's elites naturally took the chance to chase after them. The demon hunters were not as orderly as the demon suppression army. As they retreated, many of them were killed. The demon slayers also took the chance to retreat. Compared to the majority of the demon hunters, the demon slayers were stronger and had better survival skills. They also suffered fewer casualties. Retreat. Chunzong did not hesitate as he slashed with his sword. The silver sword light instantly exploded and turned into thousands of finger-thick silver sword lights that shot out. They were densely packed and attacked the Demon King race's king-ranked martial artists like a silver rainstorm. However, at that moment, he activated his Mystic Heart transformation art. His body turned 9 times, and his speed increased to the maximum. He flew towards Xiang Liang and killed the demon race member that was chasing after Xiang Liang. He grabbed Xiang Liang's arm and sped towards the demon suppression fortress. After the Demon King race's king-ranked martial artist destroyed the sword light, he immediately chased after them. He knew very well that this human had the strength of a king-ranked martial artist because he had used a powerful secret technique. Or rather, it was a forbidden technique. Once the forbidden technique was used, his strength would decrease, and he would be able to kill him. Furthermore, this human's potential was shocking. If he wanted to kill him, he could not let him escape. However, Chunzong's speed was extremely fast. Moreover, he was intentionally retreating. For a moment, the Demon King could not catch up. Following that, the Demon Suppression Army also consciously moved. They changed the demon slaughtering formation and no longer focused on killing the demon race. Instead, they focused on defending the demon race's army and helping the demon hunters and the demon slayers retreat. With the help of the Demon Suppression Army, the demon hunters and the demon slayers all retreated into the camp and quickly rushed towards the door. At the same time, around the Demon Suppression Fortress, figures flashed past from time to time. They circled around the 8 Demon Suppression pillars at an extremely fast speed. They seemed to be doing something. Chunzong only took one look and realized that these figures were extremely fast. He could not catch sight of them at all. He knew that they were at least earthly spirit realm martial artists. What they were doing, he did not know and did not have the time to find out. Carrying Xiang Liang and rushing towards the door at high speed was a huge burden for Chunzong. Following the crowd, Chunzong rushed through the door. Through the door, he quickly left the Demon Suppression Fortress and returned to the surface. The moment he stepped out of the door, Chunzong let go of Xiang Liang's arm. At the same time, he stopped using the forbidden technique, true intent sword comprehension. In an instant, the tyrannical energy in his body receded like the tide. Chunzong felt as if he had been emptied. An intense feeling of weakness swept through every part of his body. He could not help but sway, almost falling over. Xiang Liang hurriedly helped Chunzong up. "Brother Chun, are you all right?" Xiang Liang sent a voice transmission. "I'm fine," Chunzong replied. He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it, trying his best to alleviate the weakness in his body. However, the after effects of the forbidden technique were not so easily removed. Fortunately, they were on the surface and not in the Earth Demon Abyss. Fortunately, under the current circumstances, everyone was focused on targeting the Demon Clan and had completely let go of their conflicts. Chunzong was safe. After consuming the elixir, Chunzong's weakness was somewhat alleviated. Relying on his strong willpower and Xiang Liang's protection, he finally stepped into the Demon Suppression Fortress and headed in the direction of the Demon Suppression Barracks. Once he entered the Demon Suppression Barracks, Chunzong also felt slightly relieved. Then, when he returned to the Demon Slaying Department, Chunzong truly heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Brother Xiang," Chunzong said somewhat weakly. "If not for you, I would probably have been killed," Xiang Liang said with a smile. "If that's the case, it was you who sacrificed your doppelganger to save me," Chunzong said with a smile. Then, he asked somewhat nervously, "Brother Xiang, did the death of my doppelganger affect you?" "Some, but not much," Xiang Liang said with a smile. "Brother Chun, you need time to recover. I won't disturb you any longer. Let's catch up another day." Then, Xiang Liang stood up and left. Once Xiang Liang left, Chunzong opened up his defenses and completely relaxed. Tired, really tired. First, he fought with the demon army. Then, he fought with the demon clan's killing team. Then, he used the forbidden technique, sword comprehension, to fight with the demon clan's king-ranked martial artists. All these things made Chunzong tense up all the time. He was extremely tense. Now, he was finally safe. He could finally relax. Exhaustion drowned Chunzong like a tidal wave. Combined with the aftereffects of the forbidden technique, Chunzong's entire body went limp on the ground. He could not get up for a long time. He fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 1 day and 1 night. When Chunzong woke up, he still felt weak all over. It was as if he was seriously ill. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Chapter 828. On the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss, in the Demon Suppression Camp, the Demon Suppression Army formed a huge formation and guarded the door, resisting the attack of the Demon Race Army. On the other hand, they retreated in an orderly manner, leaving the Earth Demon Abyss and returning to the surface. The 5 army commanders had already given the order to abandon this camp. Human ants. The Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist who fought with Chunzong but failed to kill Chunzong, was furious. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Although he was filled with killing intent, he didn't lose his mind and rush into the demon suppression army. Not only would he not be able to kill a few humans, but he would also be trapped in the battle formation. By then, even if he had the strength of a king-ranked martial artist, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Retreat, retreat. The demon suppression army resisted the demon race army while retreating into the door, returning to the surface. In the eyes of the demon race, this was the result of not being able to resist them. Corpses were left on the ground, piling up at the door, almost covering it. The other demon suppression army completely retreated from the demon suppression camp and the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The demon race army attacked like a flood and completely occupied the demon suppression camp. Under the demon suppression army's demon slaying formation, the beast demon race and winged demon race both suffered great losses. Only half of them were left. However, at this moment, every demon race was very happy. A figure flew over from afar, emitting a shocking aura. This demon race was from the beast demon race. He wore an even more exquisite black battle armor, looking like a heavenly demon. As soon as he appeared, the demon race army stood quietly and bowed. Good. Our race has finally conquered this camp. This mid-level beast demon general laughed. Conquering the demon suppression camp was the first goal of this operation. Now it was completed. Next, they would use this camp as a base for the demon race to station a large number of troops. Then, through the door, they would attack the surface, invade the Blue Waves continent, and enslave the humans. They would realize their wish to unify the continent. Just as the demon general was overjoyed, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions swiftly appeared on the 8 dim demon-suppressing pillars, emitting a bright glow. They were like dancing dragons and snakes as they covered the entire body of the demon-suppressing pillars. In the blink of an eye, they completely covered the entire demon-suppressing pillars, causing the 8 demon-suppressing pillars to release a dazzling light. What's going on? While the general was slightly taken aback, a few of the demon elites who had yet to enter the camp subconsciously stopped. With a hum, intense light erupted from 8 demon suppression columns and swept out in all directions. As they connected with each other, they formed a huge screen of light that enveloped the entire camp. From afar, it looked like a transparent bowl on the ground, giving off dazzling light. Inside the bowl was the demon suppression camp, the numerous demonic beasts, the winged demonic beasts, the middle-level demonic beasts, and most of the elites of the demon clan. Coincidentally, the 3 king-ranked formidable martial artists from the Demon King race had stopped outside the camp. When they saw the light screen, they were shocked at first. Then, they attacked the light screen, trying to break it. No matter how they looked at it, the sudden appearance of the light screen made them feel uneasy. However, when their attacks landed on the light screen, they only created layers of ripples. They couldn't even shake it, let alone break it. Break! The demonic beast clansman descended and attacked. His fist carried a berserk demonic beast energy and fiercely bombarded the light curtain. With a loud bang, ripples spread out and the power of that fist was completely dissolved. Boom! 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 The demonic beast clansman descended and continuously punched. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. He was extremely violent and kept bombarding the light curtain. However, he could only create layers of ripples. He couldn't break the light curtain at all. Berserk! In an instant, the demonic beast general erupted with his race's innate talent. His originally tall and sturdy body swelled up once again, looking even more astonishing. His swollen fist was suffused with a dreadful black light as it ruthlessly blasted out like a black meteorite. Boom! A terrifying echo reverberated, causing the demonic beasts and winged demonic beasts to turn pale. Violent ripples spread out from the light curtain and spread out in all directions. It was enough to show how terrifying this fist was. Even so, the light curtain was still not broken. At this moment, the 8 demon suppression columns suddenly shook. A terrifying force rushed out from the depths of the demon suppression columns and instantly blew them up, exploding the demon suppression columns. The true value of the demon suppression camp lay in the 8 demon suppression columns. Not only did it take dozens of years to build these 8 demon suppression columns, it also consumed a huge amount of manpower and financial resources. They were incomparably precious. And because these 8 demon suppression columns were made of countless precious materials, they contained an astonishing amount of power. At this moment, they were destructively triggered and directly exploded, creating a terrifying destructive force. 8 earth-shattering destructive forces exploded in an instant, one after another, rushing toward the center. Each of the white rays contained an incomparably terrifying destructive force. Wherever they passed, everything would be purified and turned into nothingness. The first demonic beast clansman's body was silently touched by the white rays. He didn't even have time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his tyrannical body instantly turned into nothingness under the horrified gazes of the others. This kind of death caused fear to spread like a virus. Every demonic beast and winged demonic beast clansman was extremely horrified. They promptly erupted with all their strength to protect themselves. But it was useless. Wherever the white rays passed, all resistance seemed to be in vain. Group after group of demonic beast and winged demonic beast clansmen turned into nothingness under the white rays and disappeared without a trace. Even the demonic beast general, an earth spirit realm expert, was only able to resist the white rays for a few breaths of time before he too turned into nothingness. Outside, under the shocked gazes of a few demon elites, the 8 rays of white light within the curtain of light had completely spread out. They swept out like waves and flooded everything, drowning out everything. In the end, an enormous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth rang out. The white rays within the curtain of light fluctuated violently and quickly dissipated. The curtain of light also became restless as countless ripples spread out and reached its limit. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds rang out continuously as cracks appeared on the curtain of light. In the end, it was unable to withstand the force and shattered. As the light curtain shattered, the remaining white light quickly dissipated. Silently, the elites of the demon race's killing squad felt their blood run cold. An extreme sense of crisis made their complexions change greatly. One after another, they retreated at full speed. However, most of the demon elites were slightly slower. They were contaminated by the white rays and instantly vaporized and disappeared. The white rays extended to a radius of 10,000 meters before stopping. Then, they slowly dissipated. The dozen or so demon elites who had survived the calamity were all horrified as their hearts palpitated. The 3 Demon Kings king-ranked martial artists were the fastest to react and were also the fastest to survive. However, their faces were filled with horror and lingering fear. Almost, just a little bit, they would have followed in the footsteps of the other demons and been turned into nothingness by that terrifying white light. In addition to the lingering fear, an extreme, killing intent emerged from the depths of their hearts. The human race deserved to die. They couldn't wait to rush to the surface and slaughter all the humans. The white rays finally dissipated completely. In front of them was a vast expanse of emptiness. There was nothing left. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers had disappeared without a trace. Not even their corpses were left. It was as if they had never appeared. The huge demon suppression camp had also disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the dozen or so demon elites widened their eyes. Where's the door? Why is it gone? For a moment, their hearts seemed to sink into an abyss. Why did they attack the camp? The main goal was that door. That door was opened many years ago by the demon race's formidable martial artists to better invade the Blue Waves continent. Later, they were defeated by the human race, but the door was preserved. This time, they attacked the camp again and occupied the door so that they could use it as a springboard to enter the Blue Waves continent. Now, the door was gone. Didn't that mean that everything they had done before had been in vain? They had even sacrificed the lives of the demonic Disaster Legion's vanguard. Even if it was only an army composed of ordinary demonic beasts and winged demonic beasts, there were still 100,000 of them. Dead, all dead. The losses were disastrous. Their hearts were bleeding. After that, a few figures tore through the sky at a shocking speed and instantly descended. After that, an extremely terrifying rumbling sound that was incomparably sharp sounded out, and it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Seeing the arrival of these people, the dozen or so demon elites knelt down in succession, because these people were the high-level demon experts of the demon race. What a ruthless method. This time, we underestimated the determination of the human race. Good. The colder the surface of these high-level demons was, the more furious they were in their hearts. Incomparably fierce, killing intent lingered in their hearts. Like a volcano, it was continuously accumulating power. Once it erupted, it would be world-shaking. The vanguard army of hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers was completely annihilated. This kind of loss was not small for the demon race. And the disappearance of the door meant that the demon army could no longer enter the Blue Waves continent. They had to reopen the passage. Reopening the passage was very difficult. The consumption was also very high, and it would take a lot of time. The most important thing was that they had been played by the human race, which led to such a loss. Anger. Although they were incomparably furious, they were helpless. With their strength, it was still not enough to break the space barrier between the Earth Demon Abyss and the Blue Waves continent. They could only let the stronger experts of their race join hands. Go back and report this matter. Open the passage as soon as possible and attack the surface. At that time, I want everyone in the demon-suppressing fortress to die. A high-level demon ruthlessly said, dying is too easy for them. I want to pull out all their souls and let them be burned by demonic fire day and night. The eyes of the second high-level demon flickered with deep cold light. His voice was ice-cold and gloomy. Even the complexion of those dozen or so demon elites changed greatly. They were incomparably uncomfortable. We have our own conclusion on how to deal with them. Now, we should first report this matter and let the lords decide. The third high-level demon spoke, neither slowly nor hurriedly. He looked the calmest, but the killing intent and anger in his heart were the strongest. Chapter 829. In the demon-suppressing fortress, one could see hurried figures everywhere. This made the originally bleak atmosphere even more tense and solemn, as if a terrifying enemy could attack at any time. The demon hunting hall, demon-suppressing barracks, and so on were like huge machines that were completely activated and rapidly operated. True power also began to appear. Moreover, one after another, orders flew in all directions like snowflakes to every continent of the Blue Waves continent. In a short period of time, every power in every continent of the Blue Waves continent would receive the orders one after another, and then respond by sending people to the demon-suppressing fortress to strengthen its defenses. The portal has been destroyed. If the demon race wants to re-establish and stabilize the passage, it will take at least half a year to a year. Take advantage of this time to strengthen the training. Also, train the reinforcements of every power and make them into an army. Soon, the higher-ups of the demon-suppressing army formulated various strategies to deal with the impending demon disaster. Because once the demon race broke through the barrier and attacked the surface, it would be a true demon disaster, and not as simple as the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. In a short period of time, within every continent, among every power, all kinds of selections were carried out. Not all warriors were qualified to enter the Earth Demon Abyss. If they were not strong enough, they would only be courting death. Early stage of the extreme mortal realm was the minimum requirement. The stronger the strength, the better. Turbid air was exhaled, like a sword piercing through the air. Chun Zong opened his eyes, and a trace of light flashed through his eyes like a meteor. The aftereffects of the sword intent unsealing technique have finally been completely eliminated. Chunzong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 3 days, after 3 days, with the help of pills and Chunzong's own efforts, the aftereffects were finally completely eliminated. The feeling of weakness no longer existed. For a moment, Chunzong felt that this feeling was very wonderful. Shortly after, Chunzong pulled out the demon-slaying sword and gazed at the sword body with regret. He saw that the originally pitch-black sword body had a few fingernail-sized mottled spots, like rust. With the materials and grade of the demon-slaying sword, such mottled rust should not appear, but it did because the demon-slaying sword was damaged. True meaning, sword comprehension. This was a peculiar forbidden technique. When cultivating it, it required the use of some precious materials to strengthen the connection between the user and the sword. When using it, the user had to use the sword as the main body, fusing the sword into the user's body, overdrawing the power of the sword, and using it as their own. In this way, Chunzong's strength would be greatly improved. Because the sword comprehension of true meaning was mainly performed with the sword suffered 70% of the side effects, while Chunzong suffered 30%. 30% of the side effects made Chunzong weak for 3 days, and he had to do his best to recover. If it was 100%, it would be unimaginable. Under the 70% side effect, the demon-slaying sword was directly damaged. However, this damage was not permanent. It could still be recovered, but it would take time to slowly recover. Of course, if a master swordsmith were to help, it could be recovered in a short time. Since I've recovered, it's time to go find Master Craftsman Ouyang, Chunzong said to himself. He left with the Demon Slayer sword and went to Ouyang Chi's place. You're just in time. When Ouyang Chi heard that Chunzong had come, he strode over. When he saw Chunzong, his face was full of joy and excitement. Seeing Ouyang Chi's appearance, Chunzong's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, Master Ouyang, is the sword finished? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Ouyang Chi was even more excited. It took half a year for the sword to be completed, using the 1,000 refined gold and the precious, or the blood-refined stone, to be completed. Only Ouyang Chi himself knew the hardships and rewards. Then, in a flash, a long sword appeared in Ouyang Chi's hand. Chunzong's eyes fell on the sword. As if attracted by a magnet, he could not look away. The sword lay quietly in the scabbard. The scabbard was also made by Ouyang Chi himself. It was a light golden-red color, and there seemed to be strands of silver light shuttling through it. It looked simple and unique, but it was also extraordinary. The shape of the sword guard was very simple. It was like a magatama, but it emitted a shocking cold light. It was covered with unique patterns, each of which looked like a sword mark. At first glance, it looked messy, but at second glance, it seemed to have a certain charm. It was very unique. The sword hilt was a light golden-red color, and there were many layers of it. It was made with a very unique skill, and it looked like it had a distinct layer, as if there was something special about it. The sword head was sharp, like the tip of a sword, and it flashed with a terrifying cold light. Chunzong stretched out his hands and solemnly took the sword from Ouyang Chi's hand. He suddenly felt his arms sink. The sword seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds. Fortunately, Chunzong's body refining cultivation was not weak, and his arms were strong enough to not be affected. A cold touch quickly spread from the sword to Chunzong's palm, and Chunzong could not help but shiver. Immediately, Chunzong's left hand clenched the scabbard, and the fingers of his right hand opened. He gently placed his hand on the sword hilt, as if he was caressing his lover's cheek. His palm closed, and his fingers clenched. The moment he grasped the sword hilt, he could clearly feel the coldness of the sword hilt. The coldness quickly spread and filled his entire palm. Immediately, a feeling of incomparable familiarity arose spontaneously. The layers of the sword hilt seemed to match the lines on his palm. Excited, Chunzong slightly exerted force in his right hand. An incomparably pleasant sword sound surged out, and the sound lingered for a long time. A ray of light bloomed like the rising sun, illuminating Chunzong's eyes and also Ouyang Chi's eyes. It even lit up the surroundings, as if it was covered with a layer of sparkling divine light. Chunzong pulled out the sword inch by inch. The divine light was clear, and a mysterious aura spread out. Then there was a sharp edge, an extreme sharpness, which made Chunzong tremble and goosebumps rise all over his body. Even Ouyang Chi felt a chill, as if an invisible sharp blade was slowly cutting through his skin. It was incomparably dazzling and eye-catching. When the divine light receded, Chunzong opened his eyes. When his eyes touched the sword, Chunzong saw a pair of clear and deep eyes. Those were his own eyes. They were reflected in the sword and were incomparably clear. Upon closer inspection, the blade of the sword was as smooth as a mirror. Faintly, it was suffused with a faint golden halo. The halo was like silk and mist, and it surrounded the sword like a dense golden mist. It was magnificent and intoxicating. This sword was like a gift from God. When Chunzong's eyes moved to the edge of the sword, his face suddenly changed, and he could not help but close his eyes. He felt as if his eyes were being cut by an invisible sharp blade, and an indescribable pain spread in his eyes. After the pain, there was a strong sourness, and tears flowed uncontrollably, making the sourness even more intense. It lasted for a full 10 breaths before the sourness subsided. Chunzong opened his eyes little by little. The edge of the sword was still dazzling, and he had to look away. Then, he put the sword back in its scabbard. "Good sword," Chunzong said in a dignified tone, but he could not hide his excitement. "It's a good sword." Ouyang Chi was still excited. "I want to thank you for letting me forge this sword. Although this sword is only a low-grade spiritual weapon now, it has unparalleled potential and can grow. Moreover, although the spirituality of this sword is also a low-grade spiritual weapon, its power is not inferior to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, and it is incomparably strong. Even an upper-grade spiritual weapon can destroy it," Ouyang Chi said with his eyes shining. His hurried tone showed his inner excitement. "Even if it is destroyed, it can be restored." Hearing Ouyang Chi's words, Chunzong was shocked. Low-grade spiritual weapon. There was nothing strange about it. It was very common. However, it was very unusual for a low-grade spiritual weapon to have the power of a middle-grade spiritual weapon. At least, Chunzong had never heard of any spiritual weapon that could surpass a grade. Moreover, the toughness of this sword could withstand the attack of an upper-grade spiritual weapon, which was even more amazing. This also meant that this sword could withstand the infusion of more power. Good sword. It was really a good sword. Unparalleled good sword. Chunzong loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. This sword needs to be refined with a drop of blood. Once it's completely refined, you can absorb it into your body and nourish it with your own power to raise it. Ouyang Chi suppressed the excitement in his heart and explained it to Chunzong in detail. Through Ouyang Chi's explanation, Chunzong immediately understood that there were 3 steps to the refinement of this sword. The first step was preliminary refinement. At this time, the sword had already recognized its owner and could be used to kill enemies and exert the power of the sword. However, if it was taken away by someone, it could also be refined by someone else. The second step was advanced refinement. The difference between this and preliminary refinement was that even if the sword was taken away, it would be very difficult for others to refine it into their own, unless they had extraordinary means. The third step, which was also the last step, was to completely refine it. After completely refining it, not only could the sword be absorbed in a body and nourished with one's own power to improve its grade and power, but there would be no difference between the sword and the user. It was connected by blood, as if it was a part of the user's life. If the user died, the sword would be destroyed. If the sword was destroyed, the user would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. After refining this sword, my sword forging skills have improved. After Ouyang Chi finished his explanation, he sighed. It was extremely difficult to improve his sword forging skills at his level. Speaking of which, he had been stuck at the bottleneck for decades, but he hadn't been able to find the opportunity to break through. Only now, with the help of the 1,000 refined gold and the blood-refined stone, he had made a real breakthrough. This was also the reason why Ouyang Chi didn't charge Chunzong any fee to refine the sword for him. There was no better reward than improving one's sword forging skills. I haven't named this sword yet, so you, the owner, will give it a suitable name. In the future, it will be famous all over the world. Ouyang Chi took a deep breath and said, generally speaking, after a sword forging master forged a sword, he would give it a name. This was a special honor, but this time it was an exception and was reserved for Chunzong, the owner of the sword. Chapter 830. My way is the way of the sword, and my way of the sword is the will. This sword will be named the Heavenly Sword. Chunzong decided on the name of the sword. The Will Heavenly Sword. Ouyang Chi thought for a while, but he didn't feel anything special about it. If he were the one naming it, he wouldn't have named it that way. But since he had given it to Chunzong, it had to be in line with Chunzong's wishes. Master Ouyang, my demon slayer is damaged. Can you restore it? Chunzong hung the Will Heavenly Sword at his waist and pulled out the demon slayer for Ouyang Chi to see. Ouyang Chi's gaze fell on the model demon slayer, and his brows furrowed. After a few breaths, he relaxed. I should be able to. Ouyang Chi nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Ouyang, Chunzong said as he sheathed the demon slayer and handed it to Ouyang Chi. With the Will Heavenly Sword, Chunzong bid farewell to Ouyang Chi and returned to his residence. Taking the sword from his waist and holding it with both hands, Chunzong's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Let's start refining, Chunzong said to himself. Chunzong sat down cross-legged and pulled out the Heavenly Will Sword. Placing the scabbard to the side, Chunzong lightly touched the blade with his finger. With a slight stab of pain, his tough skin was cut open, and blood dripped onto the blade. Drip, drip, drops of golden blood dripped from the wound on his finger onto the Will Heavenly Sword. It didn't splash outside, but all of them landed on the sword and spread out. From the tip to the tip, the blood dripped onto the Will Heavenly Sword, dyeing it completely red. The illusory sword energy surged and covered the Will Heavenly Sword in an instant, beginning to refine it. The so-called refining was to establish a connection between a person and a sword, making it available for one's own use. Ordinary spirit weapons only had one refining step, but the Will Heavenly Sword was special. It had 3 steps, but once the first step was completed, it could be used like any other spirit weapon. With the blood as the root and the illusory sword energy as the fire, Chunzong refined the Will Heavenly Sword step by step. The process was slow and long. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The pure yang qi and blood were all refined into the sword under the illusory sword force. With a flash of light, Chunzong could clearly feel a connection between himself and the Heavenly Will Sword. When he looked at the blade again, although it was still very dazzling, it was no longer as painful as before, as if his eyes were being cut. His right hand landed on the hilt of the sword. It fit perfectly, as if the sword was an extension of his arm, as nimble as his 5 fingers. With a flick of his wrist, sword flowers appeared in the air, blooming in an orderly manner. The faint golden-red sword flowers were suffused with traces of silver light, looking abnormally beautiful, breathtaking, and shocking. In an instant, 9 sword flowers bloomed in the air. Each sword flower was made up of 99 sword scars. They surrounded Chunzong like real flowers and lingered for a long time. If other sword practitioners were to see this scene, they would be very shocked. What kind of high level of swordsmanship was this? If it were before, Chunzong would not have been able to do this. But after the initial refinement of the Will Heavenly Sword, he was able to do it. Firstly, it was because of his high level of swordsmanship. Secondly, the Will Heavenly Sword was incomparably compatible with him, even more so than the Demon Slayer sword. For any martial practitioner, the best weapon was a weapon that suited them. In this small room, Chunzong swung the sword. The sword halo circled around him like a swimming dragon. It was very agile and lively. In terms of power, it is not inferior to the Demon Slayer sword. In terms of control, It is even better than the Demon Slayer's sword. Chunzong was pleasantly surprised. After a while, Chunzong sheathed the sword and hung it at his waist. Traces of illusory sword energy flowed through the points of contact, continuously entering the heavenly sword. After a cycle, it returned to his body. This cycle continued, further refining the heavenly sword. After the initial refinement, it was time to further refine it. This required time and could not be done quickly. Chunzong also consciously controlled the amount of illusory sword energy. He would not let it affect his own abilities. If I don't use the true, intense sword comprehension, my abilities will not reach the king-ranked realm. The most important thing now is to raise my cultivation level and use it to increase my abilities, Chunzong said to himself as he walked out of his room. Xiang Liang, Brother Chun. Xiang Liang walked over with a smile. Have you recovered? I have. Chunzong smiled. Then you don't know what happened during this time, right? Xiang Liang smiled and said, after we retreated, the demon race army took over the campsite. However, the demon-suppressing army's upper echelons made a prompt decision to detonate the 8 demon-suppressing pillars. Not only did they destroy the demon race army, but they also destroyed the door. Hearing this, Chunzong was stunned. When he received the order to retreat, he did not know anything else. After he returned, he rested for 3 days because of the aftereffects of using the true, intense sword comprehension. After that, he went to Master Weapon Ouyang to retrieve the heavenly wool sword and spent half a month to refine it. He did not leave his room at all and did not know anything about the outside world. He did not expect such a big thing to happen. The 8 demon-suppressing pillars were detonated, killing the demon race army and causing the demon race to suffer significant losses. The door was also destroyed, which prevented the demon race from attacking the Blue Waves continent. Immediately, Chunzong could not help but think about the Demon King race, king-ranked martial artist. He wondered if he had also died from the explosion of the demon-suppressing pillars. If he had, it would be a pity. That was because he did not get to kill him personally. Now that the door has been destroyed, doesn't that mean the demon race cannot attack anymore? Chunzong could not help but ask. That's right. Xiang Liang nodded. However, this is only temporary. That door was originally opened by the demon race martial artists. Now that the door has been destroyed, the demon race martial artists can open it again. However, it will take time. From what I know, it will take at least half a year for the demon race martial artists to open the door again, Xiang Liang added. Half a year, Chunzong muttered. Half a year was actually a very short time. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for one's cultivation level to increase by much. The only thing I can do now is to enter the demon refining platform again, Chunzong said to himself. He calculated that he had been in the demon slaying division for more than a year. He could enter the demon refining platform again to cultivate. My cultivation level is now at the late stage of the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm. If I enter the demon refining platform to cultivate, it will not be difficult for me to break through to the early stage of the 7th tier of the extreme mortal realm. When that happens, my strength will increase significantly. However, I wonder if I can become a king-ranked martial artist? Chunzong already had a clear idea of how strong a king-ranked martial artist was. However, he was not sure how much his strength would increase after he broke through to the 7th tier of the extreme mortal realm. To the current him, becoming a king-ranked martial artist was his #1 goal. It was also a form of attraction. Coincidentally, Xiang Liang also wanted to go to the demon refining platform to cultivate. The two of them went together. Once again, Chunzong arrived at the demon refining platform. Although he had already seen it once, he was still shocked. Stepping into the demon refining platform, he found an empty talisman base and sat down cross-legged. Then, he began to circulate his mystic art. Inside the demon refining platform, the demon race's essence, chi, shot up into the sky like smoke signals. Then, it scattered in all directions. Chunzong's body was enveloped by the essence, chi, smoke signals. It was as if he had been swallowed up and disappeared. Large amounts of essence, chi, smoke signals continuously entered his body and filled it. Chunzong circulated his mystic art to the maximum and rapidly refined the essence qi. Now that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm, Chunzong's refining speed had increased. Most importantly, after the Heaven Ascension Pagoda had been completely refined, that part of his spiritual consciousness had been unsealed and restored. This had greatly improved Chunzong's ability to control his spiritual consciousness. With this improvement, Chunzong's refining speed of the demon race's essence qi had increased. He could feel that the spirit power in his body was accumulating at an alarming speed. He began to break through the next aperture point. After several attempts, the aperture points were opened. His cultivation had also improved. However, if he wanted to break through to the peak of the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm, he still needed to open another aperture point. If he was in the outside world, he would probably need a few months to accumulate spirit power before he could open another aperture point. However, inside the demon refining platform, this time was shortened by 10 times or even 100 times. Accumulate, 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 continuously accumulate. With a popping sound, as if something had broken, an even stronger aura instantly emanated from Chunzong's body. Peak of the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm. This was within his expectations and within reason. However, Chunzong didn't feel happy. Instead, he calmly continued to cultivate. It wouldn't be long. Perhaps in half a year, the demon race's army would once again invade the Blue Waves continent. When that time came, it would truly be a large-scale invasion. After the battle with the demon race in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss, Chunzong already knew how cruel it would be. If the demon race were to invade the surface, they would definitely mobilize even more troops than they did in the Earth Demon Abyss. Strength. He had to possess even greater strength in order to be able to kill even more demons when the demon race's army invades on a large scale. Otherwise, even a king-ranked demon race martial artist would be able to defeat him, unless he used a forbidden art. However, forbidden arts were only means of risking one's life and couldn't be sustained for long. Half a year. At the very least, he had to raise his strength to the king-ranked demon realm within this half a year. Earthly spirit realm, too far. As his spirit power continued to accumulate and his apertures opened, Chunzong's cultivation gradually increased. Peak of the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm. However, Chunzong's limits were even greater than the limits of other martial artists. While Chunzong was working hard to raise his cultivation, the others were doing the same as well. All of them were making use of their time to raise their strength as much as possible. The air in the demon-suppressing fortress was filled with a sense of desolation and coldness. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. "Sister, you should go back first," Hua Wenjun said in a serious tone. "No, I want to stay." Hua Wenqing's face was filled with determination. "You should know that once the demon race's army invades, you might die here," Hua Wenjun said again. "Brother, the demon-suppressing army will start again soon. Like you, I want to join the demon-suppressing army." Hua Wenqing's tone was extremely determined. Hua Wenjun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He wanted to participate in the demon-suppressing army selection, but he wanted his sister to leave and return to the clan. That would be safer. Chapter 831. Above the continents, a huge spirit ship flew across the sky, heading towards the far west of the Blue Waves continent. That was the direction of the Earth Demon Abyss. There were many people standing on the deck of a spirit boat in the sky above the Taiyuan continent. They were all of different ages. Some of them looked young, some were middle-aged, and some were old. However, they all had the same characteristic, which was that the aura they emitted was at least at the extreme mortal realm. In addition, there were also earthly spirit realm experts. "This is my first time riding on a spirit ship of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect," a middle-aged man said with a smile. "Me too." An old man beside him also smiled. "Although we rogue cultivators can cultivate to the extreme mortal realm and enter the ranks of experts, in terms of foundation, we are many times weaker than the transcendents of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Moreover, I heard that even the transcendents of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect rarely get to ride such a spirit ship. They only get to ride it during important times. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar and carrying a long sword on his back said with a smile. On the deck of the spirit ship, there were groups of 3 to 5. Some of them were disciples from various sects, while others were rogue cultivators. Speaking of which, I have never seen a demon before. I wonder what they look like. The demon race, they are extremely vicious. This time, I'm going to kill some of the devil race. That's right. Kill as many demons as you can to earn merits. When the time comes, you can exchange them for various treasures to cultivate. This is a chance for us rogue cultivators to surpass the geniuses of the sect. The rogue cultivators discussed animatedly. None of them paid too much attention to the devil race. After all, they had not experienced a battle with the devil race. They only knew about it from some ancient records and hearsay. Therefore, many people only regarded the devil race and demonic creatures as demonic beasts. It was just that they were different races. Only those who had been to the demon-suppressing fortress, fought with demonic creatures, and even met the demon race knew how terrifying the demon race was. In a small room on the giant spirit ship, Yu Zhengxiao opened his eyes. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, cutting the air. My cultivation has finally stabilized. Yu Zhengxiao mumbled to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Through his constant hard work and encounters, his cultivation base had been constantly increasing. Now, he was far stronger than the first level of the extreme mortal realm. I wonder if my current cultivation has surpassed Chen Shidi's? Yu Zhengxiao thought to himself. Chen Shidi referred to Chen Zong. Chen Shidi's talent is much better than mine. He must have had some fortuitous encounters when he went out to train. His improvement is probably not inferior to mine. Yu Zhengxiao thought for a moment. However, Chen Shidi's cultivation should be around the same level as mine. Ancient Firmament Continent. The Canggu Holy Land was one of the only 2 holy lands on the Blue Waves continent. It was a peak power with a long history and a deep foundation. It had countless experts and geniuses. In the ancient Canggu Holy Land, ancient palaces were located in the mountains, towering and undulating. At a glance, there seemed to be countless palaces. In one of the palaces on one of the mountains, there was suddenly a shocking sound that sounded like rolling thunder. Then there was a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. A figure soared into the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. He broke through. The Holy Sun's cultivation base has broken through again. The early stage of the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. No one in the same generation can match him. The elders of the ancient firmament Holy Land were all overjoyed. The Holy Sun was the successor of the next Holy Lord. The higher his talent, the greater his potential, and the more outstanding his performance, the better. The Holy Sun of the ancient firmament Holy Land was undoubtedly more talented than the current Holy Lord. In the future, when the Holy Sun of the ancient firmament Holy Land matured and reached the profound sky realm, he would lead the ancient firmament Holy Land to become even more prosperous. The figure fell rapidly from the sky like a meteorite. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he suddenly paused and landed lightly, without stirring up any dust. This person had long hair and a robe that covered his tall and strong body. His chest was wide open, and one could clearly see his broad and strong chest. He gave off a lazy and unrestrained feeling. The Holy Sun of the ancient firmament Holy Land, Nanmen Jiga. Holy Sun. All the elders greeted him. In the ancient firmament Holy Land, the Holy Sun of the ancient firmament Holy Land had a very high status. He was not inferior to most of the elders. Although Nanmen Jiga gave off a bold and unrestrained feeling, he was very polite to the elders. Holy Sun, we should go now, an elder said in a deep voice. Okay. Nanmen Jiga agreed immediately. His cultivation base had already broken through, and his strength had increased to the extreme. It would not be so easy for him to improve further. Not long after, a huge spiritual boat flew up from the ancient firmament Holy Land. The tail of the spiritual boat spewed out a shocking white flame. It was so hot that it instantly burned the air within a radius of a few thousand meters, turning it into a vacuum. Then there was a shocking roar that tore through the sky. The spiritual boat's speed increased rapidly, and it turned into a ray of light. It was heading towards the Earth Demon Abyss at an astonishing speed. Demons and demons, I'll let you see what I, Nanmanjiga, can do. Standing at the head of the spiritual boat, Nanmanjiga looked forward in high spirits. Nanmanjiga had never really faced demons or demons because he had been cultivating in the ancient firmament holy land ever since he had broken through to the extreme mortal realm. There were many secondary worlds in the ancient firmament holy land, which was enough for him to explore. There was no need for him to go outside, so naturally he would not go to the Earth Demon Abyss. Now that he had enjoyed all the resources he could in the Tsangu Holy Land, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds in just a few years, reaching the early stage of the 7th layer of the extreme mortal realm. It would be difficult for him to improve any further, and he would need to experience life and death situations to further stimulate his potential. There is no doubt that the trip to the demon-suppressing fortress would be a good way to gain experience. Although he had never faced demons or demons from the detailed records of the ancient firmament holy land, he knew about the strength of the demon race and the brutality of the demons. Although he had the pride of a proud son of heaven, he wasn't blinded by it. Instead, he attached great importance to the demonic creatures and the demon race. In his heart, he was looking forward to fighting the powerful demonic creatures and the demon race. Tianlan Continent, where another holy land was located. The Tianlan Holy Land spiritual boat broke through the sky and flew towards the Earth Demon Abyss. The selection of each continent had already ended, and the Transcendent Realm Masters were flocking to the Earth Demon Abyss in order to fight against the incoming demon race army and once again repel the powerful demon race and protect the Blue Waves continent. Demon-suppressing fortress, demon-suppressing barracks, demon-suppressing platform. Boundless essence chi billowed as if it was endless. It constantly emerged from the depths of the demon-suppressing platform and rushed up into the sky before flowing back down. Soon after, it was absorbed and refined by the people sitting cross-legged on the talisman base. Chun Zong's body suddenly shook, and an even more powerful aura immediately spread out from his body, instantly dispersing the essence chi around him. Opening his eyes, an incomparably sharp light shot out like a sword out of its sheath, piercing through the air in front of him. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations in his body that were stronger than before, a smile appeared on Chunzong's face. It was a sincere smile. Late 7th layer of the extreme mortal realm. Chunzong couldn't help but be overjoyed. His original goal was to break through from the late 6th layer of the extreme mortal realm to the early 7th layer of the extreme mortal realm. Unexpectedly, not only did he break through to the early 7th layer of the extreme mortal realm, he even broke through to the late 7th layer of the extreme mortal realm. The difference between the 7th and 6th layer of the extreme mortal realm wasn't just a difference of one layer. It was the difference between the mid-mortal realm and the late mortal realm. Not only did his spiritual energy become more powerful, it also became more pure. In terms of power, it had a significant increase. The cultivation of the demon-suppressing platform, this time, has reached its limit. Chunzong thought to himself. He stood up and walked out of the demon-suppressing platform. As the cultivation of the devil-refining platform increased, the margin of improvement became smaller and smaller. This time, the reason why Chunzong was able to increase his cultivation by one whole realm was because he had refined the sky-climbing tower. That part of his spiritual sense had been unsealed, and his control over his own body had become stronger. The 7th layer of the extreme mortal realm's body refinement and chi refinement cultivation. In addition to my spiritual sense, my void source force has become even stronger. As Chunzong walked out of the demon-suppressing platform, he thought to himself, I just don't know how far I am from a king-ranked martial artist. Whether or not he already had the strength of a king-ranked martial artist, he wasn't sure. He had to test it out to find out. The best way to find out how strong I am now is to find a strong opponent to test it out. Chunzong thought to himself, his mind turning quickly. Who should he find? A strong opponent had to be suitable. Finding Xiang Liang was undoubtedly the easiest. However, Xiang Liang's strength was not as good as his. Even if he used his true body, he probably wouldn't be Chunzong's match. At the very least, he has to have the strength of a king-ranked martial artist. Chunzong thought to himself, the strength of a king-ranked martial artist. In the demon-slaying division, there were only 2 king-ranked martial artists. The half-demon races Murongjun and the half-demon races Wumayuan. Murongjun was not an easy person to get along with. Chunzong thought about it and decided to look for Wumayuan. He didn't know Wumayu, and he just felt that this person was easy to talk to. However, he wasn't sure of the truth. It was worth a try. At this thought, Chunzong went to look for Wumayuan. Unexpectedly, Wumayuan was easier to talk to than he had imagined. Or perhaps, Wumayuan was more interested in Chunzong as a person. As such, he didn't reject Chunzong's challenge. You want to know how strong you are, right? Wumayuan asked. Chunzong didn't hide anything and nodded. Since that's the case, I'll use 50% of my strength first and then slowly increase it. Wumayuan smiled, looking very forthright. Many thanks, Brother Wuma. Chunzong smiled. Chapter 832. The explosions gradually stopped, and a shocking aura spread out in all directions. It was like a hurricane. The hard ground was filled with holes from the explosions, and countless sword marks crisscrossed the ground, giving off a shocking aura. Chunzong's eyes were sharp as swords as he stared at Wumayuan, who was 100 meters away. His aura was a little chaotic, and his breathing was a little hurried. On the other hand, Wumayuan was calm and composed. In this battle, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Brother Wuma, how much strength did you use? Chunzong sheathed his sword, and the light in his eyes was restrained. His tyrannical and incomparably sharp aura also disappeared without a trace. His breathing became calm and gentle in an instant. 80%. Wumayuan smiled and said, Brother Chun, your cultivation is not as good as mine, but you can make me use 80% of my strength. Such strength is already very close to king-ranked. When you break through again, you will definitely become a king-ranked martial artist. If your cultivation is the same as mine, I will not be your match. The current Wumayuan's cultivation had not reached its peak, but it was already at the late stage of the extreme mortal realm. The only thing that could be improved was the peak and the limit. This would allow his strength to improve further, but it would still be at the king-ranked level. However, Chunzong's spirit energy was very obvious. He was at the late stage of the extreme mortal realm. With such a cultivation, coupled with his powerful body refinement, Wumayuan had to use 80% of his strength to suppress Wumayuan. This showed how terrifying his potential was. That was why Wumayuan said so. Come, let's go for a drink. Wumayuan said generously. Chunzong nodded and went to drink with Wumayuan. This person was worth befriending. Without using secret techniques and forbidden arts, my current strength is around 70 to 80% of Wumayuan's strength. If I use the Xiantian single aura secret technique, I might be able to match Wumayuan at his full strength. If I use the true intense sword comprehension, I might be able to suppress Wumayuan at his full strength. Chunzong thought to himself. That said, Wumayuan also possessed secret techniques and even forbidden techniques. Once he unleashed them, his strength would become even more frightening. In the end, regardless of whether it was secret techniques or forbidden techniques, they all depended on one's fundamental strength. That was the foundation. If one's foundation was strong enough, after using secret techniques or forbidden techniques, they would become even more powerful. This was common sense. He didn't know when the army of demon race would attack Blue Wave Continent. Chunzong had a kind of deadly sense of urgency. This sense of urgency made Chunzong quickly enter cultivation state after drinking wine with Wumayuan for a short time to relax. Chunzong had obtained a lot of merit points from the battle with the demonic race army in the first level of the Earth Demonic Abyss. However, the total amount was still less than 100,000. After all, the basic merit points were not high. Naturally, it would not be much higher with double merit points. The real prize was the reward. As early as before they set out to reinforce the first level of the Earth Demonic Abyss, the General Secretary had said that those who came back alive would be rewarded according to their performance. The reward was naturally the most practical merit points. The amount of merit points rewarded was between 1 million and 10 million. No one had obtained 10 million merit points. The highest reward was Murongzhen and Wumayu, and 8 million merit points. Chunzong's reward was a little less, but it was still 7 million merit points. He was also the only one who had obtained 7 million merit points. The highest reward for the others was 5 million, and the lowest was 1 million. 7 million merit points undoubtedly brought great convenience to Chunzong. There was no need to save. Chunzong madly exchanged everything that was helpful to his cultivation. The path of body refinement, the path of qi refinement, even the path of spirit refinement had to be improved. The path of body refinement had the inheritance of the 1,000 refinement path. The path of qi refinement had the perfection of the intense sword path. The path of spirit refinement had the tempering of the spirit refinement path. All three advanced side by side. However, no matter which type of cultivation it was, it required time and energy, and not just a little. If any of these paths were given to other martial artists, they would have to put in all their effort. Chunzong had to divide himself into three and advance side by side. Even if he was extraordinarily talented, it was very difficult and the burden was great, especially under such invisible pressure. If there was enough time, Chunzong would not mind relying on his own efforts to slowly improve himself. However, at this moment, there was no such opportunity. It was most appropriate to rely on external forces to cultivate. In the end, there was a big difference between relying on external forces and slowly cultivating on one's own. It was not good. However, the coming demon army would be a good training target. The side effects of relying on external forces would all disappear. The bipolar body refining pill, bipolar spirit refining pill, and bipolar spirit refining pill were pills that the demon slaying division had finally developed after hundreds of years of repeated experiments. Body refinement, qi refinement, and spirit refining pills were specifically used to refine a martial artist's essence, qi, and spirit. In truth, the effects of a single pill were not that great, and could even be called very weak. However, they had one special characteristic: they could be taken without limit. Taking too many pills would not cause the body to adapt to the effects of the pills and eventually lose their effectiveness. To put it simply, these three types of medicinal pills belong to the type of medicinal pills that were slow nourishing. Under the circumstances of consuming a small amount and for a short period of time, it was simply impossible to see any effective results. Only by persisting and consuming large amounts of medicinal pills in conjunction with cultivation could one obtain results. Of course, the Demon Slaying Division did not only have these three types of pills that could be exchanged for qi refinement, body refinement, and spirit refining pills. There were even more effective and powerful pills. However, Chunzong had chosen these three. The first reason was that the side effects were extremely small. If taken in large quantities over a long period of time, it would be beneficial to one's cultivation. When taken in large quantities, it could even lead to a qualitative change. The second reason was that these three pills were of the same system. If taken together, they would all increase each other's strength. Although the effects were not obvious, they were stable and continuous. The third reason was that the merit points required to exchange for these three pills were much higher than other pills. Of course, these three pills also had their disadvantages. They were only suitable for the extreme mortal realm. Once one broke through to the earth spirit realm, these three pills would be ineffective. Each pill was worth 10,000 merit points. This was quite a frightening number. After all, If an extreme mortal realm practitioner wanted to earn 10,000 merit points, they would have to kill hundreds of low-level magical creatures. Killing hundreds of magical creatures would give them 10,000 merit points to exchange for one pill. Taking one of these pills would have no effect at all. However, Chunzong could be said to be extremely wealthy right now. He had over 7 million merit points on him. He exchanged 100 of each pill for a total of 3 million merit points. The person in charge of the exchange was also shocked by Chunzong's exchange. 3 million merit points might not be much for the Earth Spirit realm or even the Profound Sky realm, but for the Extreme Mortal realm, it was a huge sum. Most people would not be able to take out such a large sum. Taking the 300 pills, Chunzong returned to his residence and closed door cultivation once again. Each of them took out a pill and consumed it. As the effects of the pill dissolved, Chunzong felt a wave of coldness and heat intertwining within his body. These two completely different forces intertwined in his flesh and blood, in his spiritual energy, and in his spiritual sense. Body refinement, chi refinement, and spirit refining all went hand in hand. Holding a mid-rank spirit source in each of his hands, Chunzong focused all of his attention on his cultivation. After chi refinement, he began to cultivate the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique and then the 4th level of the spirit refining technique. Every day, Chunzong would take 10 bipolar body refining pills, 10 bipolar chi refining pills, and 10 bipolar spirit refining pills. At first, Chunzong did not feel any benefits from the 3 pills, and his cultivation progress was slow. However, after 10 days, Chunzong had taken 100 of the 3 pills, and the effects began to show. His cultivation speed was more than 30% faster than usual. However, he had run out of pills. After tasting the benefits, Chunzong used the remaining 4 million merit points to exchange for the 3 pills and continued to take them. He still took 10 of each of the 3 pills every day. However, in just 10 days, he had run out of pills again. Chunzong felt very helpless. Fortunately, the 7 million merit points were not spent in vain. His cultivation speed had increased by 50%. Moreover, this kind of improvement was a long-term improvement. After all, the benefits of the 3 types of medicinal pills were directly used on the foundation of the body, improving the foundation of the body. Of course, in an extreme mortal stage, he could take an unlimited amount of these 3 pills without losing their effectiveness. However, the further he progressed, the smaller the improvement would be. A 50% increase has made my cultivation speed faster and more obvious. Chunzong said to himself. He was very happy. In addition to chi refinement, and spirit refining, Chunzong could not give up on the path of the sword. He had also successfully cultivated the 2nd form of the demon binding seal, and began to cultivate the 2nd level of the demon slaying seal. The difficulty of cultivating the 2nd level of the demon slaying seal was much higher than Chunzong had imagined. He would not be able to cultivate it in a short time. It should be known that after Chunzong's spiritual sense was unsealed, he quickly mastered the last part of the 2nd level of the demon binding seal. However, he found it difficult to master the 2nd level of the demon slaying seal. One could imagine how difficult it was to master. As he continued to cultivate, he could feel the subtle improvement in his body every day. In the outside world, transcendents from various continents had also gathered in the demon-suppressing fortress. These people had responded to the call of the demon-suppressing army. In order to resist the invasion of the demon race army, they had also been arranged. Soon, the demon-suppressing army issued an order to form 2 battalions. One was the Vanguard Battalion, and the other was the Bloodshed Battalion. The Vanguard Battalion's commander would fight the demon race army head-on, charging and breaking through the enemy lines. The Bloodshed Battalion would assist the Vanguard Battalion in assassinating the stronger and higher-ranked members of the demon race army, disrupting the order of the demon race army. The 2 battalions had different roles, but the Bloodshed Battalion had higher requirements. The members had to be the best of the best. Therefore, only geniuses with good backgrounds were qualified to join. Chapter 833. Inside the huge demon-suppressing fortress, another barracks was built next to the demon-suppressing barracks. This new barracks was jointly owned by the Vanguard Barracks and the Bloodshed Barracks. The reason why the demon-suppressing army established the Vanguard Barracks and the Bloodshed Barracks was to deal with the incoming demon race army. After repelling the demon race army, the Vanguard Barracks and the Bloodshed Barracks would no longer need to exist. The demon-suppressing army didn't need so many people and couldn't afford to raise them. One had to know that the number of transcendents from all the continents in the world wasn't as simple as a few tens of thousands, but more than 1 million. This wasn't all, just a part of it. After all, some had entered some place and couldn't come out for a while others had gone overseas to train in the secondary world. Even if the demon-suppressing army was rich, they couldn't afford to raise such a huge team. Moreover, the various sects wouldn't let most of their people stay in the demon-suppressing fortress, as that would imperceptibly weaken the sect strength. Therefore, the Vanguard Barracks and the Bloodshed Barracks were actually led by the demon-suppressing army, with the help of other great forces. After entering the Vanguard Barracks and the Bloodshed Barracks, the first step was to train. However, the training of the Vanguard Barracks and the Bloodshed Barracks was different. The Vanguard Barracks' job was to charge and break through the enemy lines, fighting the incoming demon race army head-on. They had the strength, but in terms of talent and potential, they were relatively inferior. In addition, the demon-suppressing army didn't have so many resources, so the Vanguard Barracks people basically didn't cultivate the demon-resisting seal, let alone the other 2 seals. After all, the cultivation of the 3 seals not only required enough talent, but also guidance. Although the Vanguard Barracks people didn't cultivate the 3 seals, they still received the token to cultivate the first form of the demon-resisting seal, which could passively resist the invasion of the demon chi. Even if they entered the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, they wouldn't be disturbed by the demon chi and could fight with all their strength against the demon race army. As for the Bloodshed Barracks, it was different. Those who could enter the Bloodshed Barracks were genius disciples from great forces with enough talent, rogue cultivators with good talent, and so on. They were much fewer in number than the Vanguard Barracks, so they received wholehearted guidance to cultivate the first form of the demon-resisting seal. Inside the Bloodshed Barracks, this Imperial Demon Seal is indeed profound. It took me nearly 1.5 months to master it. Amidst the dense, chaotic demon chi, the Chi clan's Chi Xiao was surrounded by a blazing aura. A fist-sized black light was dancing around his head. This was the ball of light formed by the first move of the Imperial Demon Seal. The moment the Imperial Demon Seal entered the sea of consciousness, the surrounding chaotic demonic aura was naturally blocked and was unable to invade the body. Chi Xiao was the most talented member of the younger generation of the Chi clan, one of the 5 Thearchs clans. He took close to 1.5 months to master the Imperial Demon Seal, and was even better than Xiao Jinglong back then. Of course, there was still a big gap to break the record, but this was already very surprising. The news quickly spread throughout the Bloodshed camp. Truly formidable, as expected of the Heaven's Pride of the 5 Thearchs clans. Chi Xiao. I remember that during the battle in the Land of Dragon Transformation, although his performance was not bad, compared to the other geniuses, it was not enough. I thought that he was not much, but I did not expect him to be so amazing. Only with a comparison would one know the difference between them. Even though they were all members of the Bloodshed camp, after 1.5 months, there were still people comprehending the profundity of the first move of the Imperial Demon Seal. They had to spend more time before they could master it. I heard that it is not only the Chi clan's Chi Xiao, but also the other Heaven's Pride of the 5 Thearchs clans. Qing clan's Qing Chun, Zi clan's Zi Huan, Bai clan's Bai Qingjue, Lan clan's Lan Yimiao. All of them are peerless beauties. I heard that the Bai clan's Bai Qingjue and the Lan clan's Lan Yimiao are both incomparably beautiful. If I could marry either of them, I would even be willing to reduce my lifespan by 10 years. If I could marry either of them, not only would I have a wife with outstanding talent, but I would also be nurtured by the Bai clan. I would only need to reduce my lifespan by 10 years. Is there such a good thing in the world? Immediately, many people started to discuss about Bai Qingjue and Lan Yunmiao. Compared to the other heaven's pride, Bai Qingjue and Lan Yunmiao were women. It was very rare for them to be mentioned in the same breath as the male heaven's pride. Outstanding people were always more popular. Outstanding women would attract the attention and adoration of countless people. Moreover, Bai Qingjue and Lan Yunmiao were women who had stunning looks, talent, and background. Their admirers were as numerous as carps crossing the river. The bright moon sky sex Yin Qingwei and the sky endless sacred ground saintess Su Huanqing are not inferior to them. In fact, the sky endless sacred ground saintess is even more outstanding. I really don't know who will win such outstanding women in the end. Only those heaven's pride are worthy of them. First among them would be the Tsangu saint, Nanmen Jiga. That's right, the Tsangu saint's talent is unmatched. You are right. Senior Brother Nanmen's talent is unparalleled. A genius disciple of the Tsangu sacred ground happened to pass by. When he heard the crowd's discussion, he immediately interrupted with a proud tone. The saint is indeed unparalleled. A group of people echoed. I don't think so. A different voice rang out. It was extremely clear. Who? That Tsangu sacred ground's disciple was instantly enraged. His eyes were as cold as blades. It's me. A youth strode over with his head held high and chest out. I am a secret disciple of the Tsangyu Mountain of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. In the past, my senior brother Qinzong of the Tsangyu Mountain defeated the Tsangu saint on the dragon transformation lake in front of everyone. Senior brother Chun is unparalleled in the world. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone came to their senses and recalled the battle of the dragon transformation lake. That battle could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. However, the Blue Waves continent was surging like a storm. After a few years, this battle had already faded from everyone's vision. If no one deliberately mentioned it, sometimes it would really be forgotten. Now that it was mentioned, it awakened those dusty memories. For a moment, those who had witnessed that battle with their own eyes felt as if they had returned to that time. Hearing this, the disciples of the Tsangu, sacred ground, couldn't help but feel suffocated. Indeed, the Tsangu saint was defeated by Chunzong of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. This was an indisputable fact. Be that as it may, in these few years, senior brother Nanmen's progress is not something you can imagine. I dare say that even Chunzong is not as good as senior brother Nanmen. The disciple of the Tsangu sacred ground solemnly said. Moreover, senior brother Nanmen only used 1 month to comprehend the first form of the imperial demon seal. 1 month. Suddenly, another uproar arose. Those who had not come into contact with the imperial demon seal were unable to understand the meaning of 1 month. However, they were very clear. Can Chenzong of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect cultivate the first form of the imperial demon seal in 1 month? The disciple of the Tsangu sacred ground asked. In my opinion, if it's senior brother Chenzong, it may not be impossible. The esoteric disciple of Blue Feather Mountain also said. In the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, especially in Blue Feather Mountain, Chunzong was the idol of many disciples. If Chunzong had not defeated the other heavenly talents in the land of dragonization and become an invincible grandmaster, bringing great luck to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, such luck would have also led to changes in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and affected everyone in the territory of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Their cultivation speed would have been greatly improved, and the bottlenecks they faced in the past would have been weakened. Because of this, he was able to break through the pseudo-transcendent realm and become a transcendent realm esoteric disciple in the past few years. Otherwise, according to the previous situation, it would have taken at least a few more years. Therefore, he not only admired Chunzong, but also felt grateful. In this disciple's heart, Chunzong was the most powerful. Among his peers, no one could compare to him, not even Nanmen Jiga, the holy son of the Tsangu, sacred ground. You think I can do it just because you say so? If I say I'm invincible, do you think I'm really invincible? The Tsangu sacred ground disciple sneered, and said in an aggressive tone, I said Chunzong is not as good as senior brother Ninmin. If you don't agree, you can call Chunzong here. Suddenly, it was the Blue Feather Mountain disciples' turn to be stunned. Call Chunzong here? Where could he call him? As early as a few years ago, Chunzong had chosen a different path from the ordinary disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, which was to go out and gain experience, instead of staying in the sect and entering the several subworlds to gain experience. Therefore, he had no idea where senior brother Chunzong was now. The argument here soon attracted other people, not only from the Tsangu's sacred ground, but also from the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, making the argument even more intense. The holy son of the Tsangu's sacred ground was defeated by me, Chen Shidi. It's an indisputable fact. No matter what you say, it's a foregone conclusion. Yu Zhengxiao, who was passing by, was also attracted and joined in the argument. Yu Zhengxiao only admired Chunzong from the bottom of his heart. Speaking of which, the reason he was able to cultivate to his current level was inseparable from Chunzong. It was because Chunzong had obtained the best victory in the land of dragon transformation and obtained amazing luck for the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. As a result, the luck of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect skyrocketed and affected every disciple in the Heaven sect. If I say the Holy Sun is the strongest, then the Holy Sun is the strongest. If you don't agree, come and fight. If you defeat me, I'll admit that Chunzong is the strongest. A genius disciple of the Tsangu's sacred ground snorted coldly. His voice was like a thunderclap, and his cold eyes were filled with thunder and lightning. He swept his gaze over the disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. It's him, Dong Zhenlei. It's said that his talent is outstanding. In the Tsangu's sacred ground, he's only second to the holy son of the Tsangu sacred ground and Jianggushin. He's the third strongest person in the younger generation of the Tsangu sacred ground. This Dong Zhenlei's cultivation has also reached the peak of the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. It won't be long before he breaks through to the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm. Among his peers, there are few who can compare to him. Hearing Dong Zhenlei's words, for a moment, no one from the Tai Yuan Heaven sect responded. This was because Dong Zhenlei's aura was very strong. It was clearly at the peak of the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. Among the Tai Yuan Heaven sect disciples present, there was no one who had reached the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. They were not Dong Zhenlei's match at all. No one. Dong Zhenlei looked around and sneered. I thought you guys were strong. It turns out that all you can do is talk big. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Chapter 834. With a bang, a figure was sent flying hundreds of meters away. After landing on the ground, he retreated a dozen steps. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the air. You can't even block 30% of my strength. Weak, too weak. Dong Zhenlei's face was full of ridicule as he slowly retracted his palm. Just now, it was precisely this palm that sent Yu Zhengxiao flying. Senior brother Yu. A few disciples from the Blue Feather Mountain hurried over and helped Yu Zhengxiao up. They took out some pills and stuffed them into his mouth to alleviate his injuries. I've said it before. Senior brother Southgate is the strongest in our generation. That Chunzong, don't think that you're strong just because you won against senior brother Southgate once. If you're not convinced, then I, Dong Zhenlei, will say it right here and now. Come and find me. Dong Zhenlei continued in an arrogant tone. If you don't dare to come, then you're a weakling. Immediately, the disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect exploded. This was an insult. I'll fight you. Another disciple from the Blue Feather Mountain shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes. He exploded with all his strength and rushed towards Dong Zhenlei like an arrow, piercing through the air with his sword. A mere second-level mortal realm warrior dares to come and embarrass yourself. Scram! Dong Zhenlei waved his hand once again, and a strong wind howled. It was extremely violent, and it directly bombarded the body of the Dark Feather Mountain disciple, instantly sending him flying and coughing up blood. If it wasn't for the Bloodblade Camp's rule that one could fight, but not cripple or kill, Dong Jinlei would have already dealt a heavy blow. Although the others were angry, they didn't attack again because they were obviously not Dong Jinlei's match. Even if they attacked, it would only add to the casualties. A bunch of weaklings. Seeing the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect disciples angry but not daring to attack again, Dong Jinlei felt extremely carefree. He couldn't help but curse. Soon after, he let out a hearty laugh that was extremely ear-piercing. "Senior Brother Fong, please help us. Senior Brother Fong, we're not strong enough. Please help us." A tall and slender figure wearing a starlight robe slowly walked over. Every step he took was filled with a unique rhythm. His expression was cold, and his eyes were deep like stars. Fong Xingqian, he was the genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect. Without Chen Zong, he would have been the most dazzling star of the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect. Unfortunately, because of Chen Zong, he had dimmed a lot. Despite this, Fong Xingqian's talent was not damaged in the least. On the contrary, due to the strengthening of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect's luck, he had also received benefits. Moreover, with the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect's resources and focused nurturing, his progress was extraordinary. Fong Xingqian is the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect disciple who was defeated by Chen Zong time and time again. However, Dong Jinlei chuckled. Of all things, he had touched on Fong Xingqian's sore spot, causing Fong Xingqian's countenance to turn grim. Being defeated by Chen Zong several times was the biggest setback Fong Xingqian had ever faced since he was born. It was like a shadow in his heart. This time, his cultivation base had improved greatly, and his strength had increased greatly. He had wanted to look for Chen Zong to wipe away his previous humiliation. However, he had not expected such a thing to happen. He had come to the demon-suppressing fortress and joined the Bloodshed Battalion. As for Chen Zong, he had no idea where he was. "How you view Chen Zong has nothing to do with me." Fong Xingqian spoke unhurriedly, but there was a hint of coldness in his voice. "But my Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect is not something you can insult." "So what?" Dong Jinlei's lips curled up, his face cold. "So what?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Xingqian's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking cold light. With a shake of his shoulders, his body rushed forward like the wind and lightning, and his left palm struck out. This palm brought with it a shocking momentum. It was like a star falling from the sky, bringing with it a shocking aura as it blasted towards Dong Jinlei. Dong Jinlei's countenance changed, becoming incomparably solemn. He exhaled and struck out with his palm as well. This palm contained 80% of his strength. A loud boom shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying force caused the ground to shatter and dust to fly. Fong Xingqian's body swayed slightly, but he did not move an inch. However, Dong Jinlei could not help but take 3 steps back, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Dong Jinlei's countenance changed. He did not expect Fong Xingqian's strength to be so strong. This was because the aura released by his opponent was similar to his own at the peak of extreme Tier 5 of the mortal realm. With a loud boom, Dong Jinlei unleashed all of his power. He raised both his palms, and a fluorescent light filled the air, exuding an extremely shocking aura. The aura was vigorous and unrestrained, as condensed and heavy as a boulder and a mountain. It was the manifestation of the true meaning of Earth and other true meanings. With a loud boom, the force of heaven and earth surged. It was the force of heaven and earth of the first level. In order to defeat Fong Xingqian, Dong Jinlei had used all of his strength other than his secret technique. Boom boom. 2 shocking rumbles rang out. Dong Jinlei exerted all his strength and struck out with both of his palms. The 2 shocking palm imprints brought along an extremely terrifying aura. They were like hurricanes, roaring like dragons as they swept out violently, smashing fiercely toward Fong Xingqian. Fong Xingqian slowly raised his palm. His aura was still at the peak of extreme Tier 5 of the mortal realm. Shortly after, with the true meaning of star as the main force, various true meanings surged into his palm. The force of heaven and earth surged violently, even more intensely than Dongjinlei's. It was the second level of the force of heaven and earth. He raised his palm and pushed it forward vertically. It seemed slow, but it brought with it a terrifying boom. Starlight filled the air, turning into a starlight palm imprint that blasted out. Instantly, it shattered Dongjinlei's palm imprints, and the palm imprint, which had become faint, landed directly on Dongjinlei's chest. With a bang, like the roar of a drum, Dongjinlei could not help but fly backwards. He could not help but groan, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fang Xingqian's palm had already injured him. Even though he could still use his secret technique to increase his strength and become stronger, Fang Xingqian could do the same. Seeing that Dongjinlei was injured by Fang Xingqian's palm, the Tai Yuan Sky Sect disciples felt a sense of exhilaration. Fang Xingqian, don't be complacent. Among the disciples of the Canggu sacred ground, I'm only ranked third. Dongjinlei spat out a mouthful of blood and said to Fang Xingqian with a gloomy expression. He was very unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was a fact that he was weaker than Fang Xingqian. If you have the ability, then wait here. I'll wait here for Nanmen Jiga. Fang Xingqian had his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Nanmen Jiga. Back then, in the first battle in the land of dragonization, he had been defeated by Nanmen Jiga. Moreover, he had been defeated in a situation where he did not have the upper hand. Fang Xingqian felt ashamed of this, and he had worked hard to cultivate for the past few years. Not only did he want to defeat Qinzong, he also wanted to defeat Nanmen Jiga to prove himself. Ever since he had been defeated by Qinzong, Fang Xingqian had been working even harder than before. He continued to train in the few subworlds of the Tai Yuan Sky Sect, and with a massive amount of resources provided by the Tai Yuan Sky Sect, his cultivation and strength had improved by leaps and bounds, becoming increasingly powerful. To ordinary people, wealth and status were the source of their confidence. Extraordinary wealth and status would make them incomparably confident. To martial artists, strength was the source of their confidence. Fang Xingqian's higher cultivation and greater strength brought him a great deal of confidence. Do we need Senior Nanmen to deal with you personally? Dongjinlei smiled disdainfully. Not long after, a figure appeared before everyone like a stream of light. When the figure stopped, a strong gust of wind swept out, and a shocking whistling sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Who is the one who said that he wants to challenge all the disciples of the Canggu sacred ground? The newcomer spoke, his voice majestic and imposing, immediately bringing an inexplicable pressure to everyone. Senior Jiang, it's him. Dongjinlei immediately pointed at Fang Xingqian. Fang Xingqian from the Tai Yuan Sky Sect. He was defeated by Senior Nanmen back then, but now he dares to challenge Senior Nanmen. He overestimates himself. Fang Xingqian, I know you. The newcomer was the second strongest disciple of the Canggu sacred ground, second only to the Canggu sacred ground's holy son, Nanmen Jiga, Jianggushan. Back then, Jianggushan was also Nanmen Jiga's opponent, competing for the position of holy son. However, in the end, Jianggushan was slightly inferior, and the position of holy son brushed past him. With his hands behind his back, Jianggushan, who had an ordinary appearance and figure, had the aura of a ruler. His eyes shone brightly, as if he wanted to see through Fang Xingqian. However, with your cultivation at the peak of the 5th tier of the mortal realm, not only do you not have the right to challenge Senior Nanmen, you are also not my match. Jianggushan said straightforwardly. Oh, then how about this? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xingqian's eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. His body trembled, and an even more terrifying aura swept out like a gust of wind. 6th tier of the mortal realm. Dongjinlei was shocked. Fang Xingqian's true cultivation was actually at the 6th tier of the mortal realm. No wonder he was not his match. However, when they fought just now, Fang Xingqian did not use his 6th tier of the mortal realm cultivation. Late 6th tier of the mortal realm. Jianggushan's expression turned serious. He did not expect Fang Xingchen of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect to have reached such a level of cultivation. Moreover, Fang Xingchen was a god's favored child. In terms of talent, he was probably not inferior to Jiang Guxin's. Furthermore, he was heavily nurtured by the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. His strength was probably much stronger than an ordinary sixth tier of the mortal realm. With a loud boom, an extremely powerful aura exploded from Jiang Guxin's body. Sixth tier of the mortal realm. Moreover, he had reached the late sixth tier of the mortal realm. Fang Xingchen's expression turned serious. With the same cultivation level, if his opponent was just an ordinary martial artist, Fang Xingchen would not be afraid at all. He was even confident that he could defeat and kill his opponent in one blow. However, Jiang Guxin was a god's favored child who had once competed with Nanmen Zhiga for the position of saint. His strength was probably not inferior to Fang Xingchen's. As this thought flashed across his mind, Fang Xingchen continued to gather energy in his body. His starlight robe fluttered even though there was no wind. The starlight on it shone brighter and brighter. As Jiang Guxin's aura spread out, it was as if he had become the center of the earth. It was as if the ground under his feet had become a territory that was completely under his control. It was as if the entire world belonged to the king. As the powerful aura spread out, the surrounding crowd's expression changed. They immediately retreated, afraid of being affected. This powerful aura attracted even more attention. Isn't that Fang Xingchen? The other one is Jiang Guxin, the second disciple of the Canggu Sanctuary, Jiang Guxin. Fang Xingchen and Jiang Guxin are facing off. Chapter 835. Boom, boom. What happened? A middle-aged man walked out of the barracks and looked towards the source of the sound. Another middle-aged man walked out of the barracks next door and said with a smile, "It should be a conflict between a group of juniors." Ever since the bloodshed camp was established and there were people stationed in it, some conflicts would occur from time to time. They were already used to it. After all, those who were able to enter the bloodshed camp either came from a relatively powerful force or possessed outstanding innate talent. All of them had their own pride, and no one was willing to submit to another. Moreover, many of them had their own conflicts with each other. When they encountered each other here, it was inevitable that conflicts would erupt. In short, as long as it did not affect their usual training and there were no injuries or deaths, it was fine. Let's go and see who is fighting. As soon as the voice fell, one of the middle-aged men took a step forward. His body was extremely fast like a gale. The other middle-aged man's shoulder shook slightly, and he disappeared from the spot, catching up with the other party in an instant. On the empty ground, two figures flew past at an astonishing speed and collided with each other continuously. One was Fang Xingchen, and the other was Jiang Guxin. Regardless of whether it was Fang Xingchen or Jiang Guxin, the martial arts they cultivated were fist and leg martial arts. They did not use any spiritual weapons and only relied on their hands and legs to fight. Fang Xingchen's palms were extremely powerful, tyrannical, majestic, and vast. Jiang Guxin's fists were similar, but Fang Xingchen's tyranny was a suppression that seemed to come from the heavens. Each of his palms were like starlight striking down, stars falling, and the earth sinking. As for Jiang Guxin's fists, it was a kind of dominance that stood above the earth. It was as if the entire world belonged to the king. Wherever his fists landed, it was the bombardment of the king's power, shattering the heavens and shattering the stars. It was a completely different kind of dominance. The palms and fists collided again and again. Incomparably shocking momentum surged, and a frightening aftershock of the power wreaked havoc in all directions. So strong. Is this the true strength of a heaven's pride? It's too shocking. Being in the same generation as them, I feel a lot of pressure. Yu Zhangxiao swallowed a medicinal pill, and as the medicinal pill's effects dissipated, his injuries gradually healed. At this moment, he was staring at the two sides with a serious expression, feeling the pressure in his heart. Previously, he thought that he had improved very quickly and had reached the fourth tier of the extreme mortal realm. However, he did not expect Fang Xingchen to have reached the late sixth tier of the extreme mortal realm. The gap between them was 2 whole levels. This gap was just too big. Regardless of whether it was Fang Xingchen or Jiang Guxin, both of them had comprehended the force of the heavens and earth to the second level. The number of true intents they had grasped was also about the same, and the legacies they had obtained were all at the peak grade. Almost everything was at the same level. The final outcome would depend on the performance of both of them. After fighting for a while, it was hard to tell who was the victor. His palms were like falling stars, and his fists were like heaven-defying boulders. The rumbling was incomparably intense, shaking the surrounding people to the point that their faces were aghast and their blood boiled. That's right. The strength of these two juniors has surpassed the average extreme 6th level of the human realm. Even an average extreme 7th level of the human realm would not be their match. One is a prodigy from the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, and the other is a prodigy from the Canggu Sacred Ground. 2 middle-aged men who had rushed over stood at the side and watched, chatting among themselves. However, their voices did not spread out, and only the 2 of them could hear them. "Brother Lin, it seems like you have a successor." On the other side, a few young men stood. One of them was wearing a silver-white long robe, and he was smiling at another young man in a green robe. "Junior brother Fang is indeed very talented. In this aspect, I'm not as good as him," the green-robed young man said calmly. "With his current cultivation speed, he will definitely become a king-ranked martial artist within 10 years. It turned out that these few young men were all king-ranked martial artists from various major factions. The green-robed young man was the #1 esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Lin Churen. His strength had long reached the king-ranked martial artist level, and he was very powerful. Not all extreme 9th level of the human realm martial artists could become king-ranked martial artists. Most martial artists, after reaching the peak of the extreme 9th level of the human realm, would attempt to break through to the earthly spirit realm. If they succeeded, they would become an earthly spirit realm martial artist. If they failed, they would be stuck at the extreme mortal realm. King-ranked martial artist. This was an honorific title, and it was also a symbol of strength. Only those who had excavated their own potential to the extreme in the extreme mortal realm were qualified to be a king-ranked martial artist. Limit, beyond limit, the pinnacle of the human realm, and ordinary people could not reach it. A king-ranked martial artist who broke through to the earthly spirit realm would usually be even more powerful, and their chances of becoming an emperor would be greater. After another collision, Fang Xingchen and Jiang Guxin both retreated. "You are indeed not weak, but you are only on par with me." Jiang Guxin loosened his fists and placed his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Compared to senior brother Nanmin, the difference is huge. Is that so?" Fang Xingchen's eyes narrowed, but he did not back down. "Do you know what senior brother Nanmin's cultivation level is now?" Jiang Guxin saw that Fang Xingchen was still unwilling to admit defeat, so he laughed coldly and asked, "The current you, being able to block 1 punch from senior brother Nanmin, is already not bad. Is that so?" The same 2 words, but with a different tone, revealed the anger in Fang Xingchen's heart. The current him could not even block 1 punch from Nanmin Jiga? Impossible. The difference was definitely not that big. "Nanmin Jiga, come out!" Fang Xingchen suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating. "Come and fight with me. Since you want to lose so badly, I will give you one." When Fang Xingchen's voice fell, a somewhat lazy voice rang out at a moderate pace, entering everyone's ears. "Senior brother Nanmin. Senior brother Nanmin has come out of seclusion." The disciples of the Canggu Sacred Ground were all surprised, and they quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a tall figure approaching from afar, like a flash of light. It seemed to be very fast, but they could see the figure clearly. Under the open collar was a broad and fair chest, causing many girls to blush and their hearts to beat faster. They wanted to lean on it and feel the warmth. In an instant, the saint of the Canggu Sacred Ground, Nanmin Jiga, became everyone's focus. Just as everyone's attention was on Nanmen Jiga, Fang Xingchen exploded with a powerful force. Amidst the intense and sharp roar, Fang Xingchen turned into a comet, streaking across the sky and creating a ravine on the ground. He fiercely charged towards Nanmen Jiga. Seeing Fang Xingchen's full force attack, the laziness in Nanmen Jiga's eyes instantly disappeared. A bright light flashed across the sky like a meteor. Immediately, he raised his right arm, and powerful spiritual energy surged out from his body, turning into cyclones. As they spun at high speed, they brought about a shocking whistling sound. Like a gust of wind, they quickly gathered on his fist. Boom! A shocking aura rang out in the sky. It was invisible, but it made people feel a majestic pressure. It descended from the sky and gathered rapidly, as if the wind and clouds were gathering. The second level of the force of heaven and earth is already close to the third level. This Saint Sun Tsangu is indeed not simple. He has actually mastered the second level of the force of heaven and earth to this extent. If there are no accidents, he should be able to master the third level of the force of heaven and earth within a year. Maybe not even a year. The two middle-aged men of the earth spirit realm spoke with confidence. Nanmen Jiga, the holy son of Tsangu, punched out with shocking momentum, as if it carried the will of the heavens. This fist seemed to have the power of the heavens. The instant Nanmen Jiga punched out, Fang Xingchen's countenance changed drastically, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, his body, which was charging out at extreme speed, came to a sudden halt in midair. He quickly retracted his punch, and as his powers flowed back, they were channeled into his arms, crossing them before him like a shield. It had to be said that Fang Xingchen's reaction speed was extremely fast. Nanmen Jiga's fist followed up. It was extremely powerful and vivid, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Astonishing ripples surged out from Nanmen Jiga's fists, which had struck Fang Xingchen's arms. The speed of the ripples was extremely fast, and they contained an extremely terrifying power, as if they had shattered everything in the surroundings. The terrifying impact passed through his arms and hit Fang Xingchen's entire body. The starlight on Fang Xingchen's body was extinguished one by one. Then, he flew backward like a meteor, only stopping when he was a few hundred meters away. With a cry, Fang Xingchen couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face quickly turned pale. Everyone around him widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide. So powerful. One punch, he actually defeated Fang Xingchen with just one punch. Saint Sun Tsangu's strength is so terrifying. After a moment of silence, all sorts of exclamations rang out. They were shocked by Saint Sun Tsangu's strength. Early stage, 7th tier, mortal extreme realm. When we were his age, we were far from him. A king-ranked martial artist couldn't help but sigh softly. The Saint Sun of the Tsangu's sacred ground is naturally the best of his generation. The king-ranked martial artist of the Tsangu sacred ground smiled with some pride. With Saint Sun Tsangu's talent, he would soon be able to enter the king-ranked martial artist ranks and surpass him. All sorts of exclamations lingered in everyone's hearts. Strong, really strong. Even these king-ranked martial artists couldn't help but admit that if they were the same generation as Saint Sun Tsangu, they wouldn't be his match at all. Senior brother Nanmen is the strongest. That's right. Among those of the same generation, senior brother Nanmen is unparalleled. Saint Sun Tsangu's disciples cheered. On the other hand, Nanmen Jiga returned to his lazy self. He stretched out his hand, and a wine gourd appeared out of nowhere. He opened it and gulped it down in big mouthfuls. He looked very carefree and unrestrained. Many young ladies' eyes lit up as they looked at Saint Sun Tsangu. They couldn't wait to devour him. Outstanding women would often attract many men. Similarly, outstanding men would also be favored by many women. However, Saint Sun Tsangu acted as if he didn't see these gazes. He didn't care at all. Fang Xingqian stared at Saint Sun Tsangu, Nanmen Jiga. He still couldn't accept the fact that he had been defeated with one punch. The gap between them was too big. If he couldn't even withstand one punch from Nanmen Jiga, then what was the use of all the hard work and suffering he had endured all these years? At that moment, Fang Xingqian seemed to have lost his soul. He stood there in a daze, and his eyes quickly dimmed. In his heart, he was fighting an intense battle. As for Saint Sun Tsangu, he didn't feel any joy at defeating Fang Xingqian with one punch. This was because Fang Xingqian had already lost to him. What Saint Sun Tsangu really cared about was the person who had defeated him back then. Chapter 836. I need to work harder to catch up with Tsangu, Holy Sun. Qi Shao clenched his fists and muttered to himself with a solemn expression. His body emitted a scorching aura that seemed to melt the sky. The Tsangu, Holy Sun. Li Wuji stood on the ground like an iron tower. His incomparably strong physique contained astonishing power. He stared at the Tsangu, Holy Sun, Nanmen Jiga, his eyes filled with battle intent. However, the power of Saint Sun Tsangu's punch was extremely strong. Li Wuji did not have the confidence to win, but his heart was filled with boundless battle intent, surging endlessly like a tide. All the sky prides who saw Saint Tsangu's punch felt their hearts surging. They were greatly shaken. They originally thought that after a few years of hard work, their cultivation base had greatly increased and their strength had greatly increased. They didn't expect that Tsangu, Holy Sun, to still be far ahead of them. Holy daughter, the Tsangu, Holy Sun, is indeed very strong. A girl beside Su Huanqing exclaimed. But compared to you, he's still somewhat lacking. Even I am not 100% confident that I can defeat him. Su Huanqing's voice was soft and ethereal. If others heard this, they would definitely be shocked because the Tsangu, Holy Sun, was already very strong. The Tianlan Holy Daughter's words meant that she had a high chance of defeating the Tsangu, Holy Sun. How confident was that? If you see Qinzong, tell him that I'm waiting for him. The Tsangu, Holy Sun, lazily said to the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. I'm just afraid that he won't dare to show up after knowing Senior Brother Namon's strength. Dong Zhenlei sneered. What will happen if he shows up? At this moment, a calm voice drifted over from afar. If he dares to show up, I'll teach him a lesson. Dong Zhenlei laughed. All right. When the voice sounded again, it was as if a cool breeze had brushed past. Immediately, a figure appeared in front of everyone. He's Qinzong. Qinzong. He's here too. It had been a few years, but Qinzong's appearance had not changed much. Therefore, those who had enough impression of him could recognize him at a glance. It's Senior Brother Chun. So, Senior Brother Chun is also here. The geniuses of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect were all excited. What's Senior Brother Chen's cultivation level now? I can't see through it. It's so mysterious. I can't see through it either, but I believe that with Senior Brother Chen's talent as the world's #1, it definitely won't be low. Chun Shitty. Yu Jingxiao was also pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to see Qinzong here. Senior Brother Yu. Qinzong was all smiles. Long time no see. At this moment, Fang Xingqian also came back to his senses and looked at Qinzong with a complicated gaze. Senior Brother Fang. Qinzong also greeted Fang Xingqian with a smile. However, Fang Xingqian did not say anything and merely nodded in response. Greetings, Senior Brothers and Junior Brothers. Qinzong greeted the other disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect. So, you're Qinzong? Dong Zhenlei also came back to his senses. He took a step forward and a powerful aura gushed out like a tidal wave, directly hitting Qinzong as he asked in a cold tone. It's you. You want to show me how powerful you are, right? Qinzong retorted. That's right. Dong Zhenlei's eyes were as sharp as lightning, landing on Qinzong's face as if he wanted to pierce through Qinzong's face. Make your move, Qinzong said unhurriedly. He saw through Dong Zhenlei's cultivation level with one glance. With such a cultivation level, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. Junior Brother, be careful. I couldn't block his attack just now. Yu Jingxiao reminded because he didn't know how strong Qinzong was now. Senior brother Yu was injured by his attack just now. Someone added, "Oh." A cold light flashed in the depths of Qinzong's eyes, causing Dong Junlei to be startled. He felt his heart palpitate, but this feeling quickly disappeared as if it was an illusion. Dong Junlei raised all of his spiritual energy, and the first layer of the force of heaven and earth followed. The power of his true meaning poured into his palms, and a shocking aura instantly spread out, repelling the air around his palms, forming a vacuum. Except for the secret method, Dong Junlei didn't hold back at all. No matter what, Qinzong had defeated the holy son of Tsangu, so he must be very talented. After a few years, he must have improved a lot. In addition, the palpitation just now was like an illusion, so Dong Junlei didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Boom, boom, boom. His palms were like meteorites breaking through the sky. With an incomparably powerful force, they swept across the sky, completely repelling and shattering the air in front of them. It was as if everything under the palms was turned into powder. They fiercely blasted towards Qinzong. The shocking roar was like the sound of a god descending from the heavens. It was mighty and endless, almost deafening. The two palms were extremely powerful. Fang Xingqian's pupils shrank slightly. The power of these two palms was even stronger than when they collided with each other previously. The power in his body surged out like a torrent that had been opened. This feeling was so wonderful that Dong Junlei was intoxicated. The others also stared with their eyes wide open. Among his peers, Dong Junlei's strength was not weak. On the contrary, he was second only to those geniuses. Qinzong was undoubtedly among the geniuses, but no one could tell his cultivation level and strength. Many people felt that Qinzong should be able to withstand the attack from Dong Junlei's palms. But how would he do it? Or how would he defeat Dong Junlei? The laziness of the holy son of Tsangu instantly disappeared. He stood tall and straight, and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Qinzong, as if he could see through Qinzong completely. Not bad indeed. Qinzong thought to himself. The strength that he had unleashed was indeed not weak. No wonder he was so confident. But to him, it was not enough. There was no need to draw his sword because there was no need to. His 3 fingers were clasped together, and his index and middle fingers were put together like a sword. He waved his hand casually, as if he was a child's doodle. In an instant, an indescribable sword light gushed out from between his fingers, tearing the air in front of him apart. It was invincible. The 2 powerful palm prints seemed to exist in the face of this incomparably dazzling sword light. In an instant, they were cut through and dissipated with the wind like smoke. As the sword light stretched and changed, it rapidly advanced. Dong Junlei saw that his palms, which he had unleashed with all his strength, had been destroyed in an instant. But before he could react, the sword light had already reached him. He could only feel an extremely frightening force in front of his chest, exploding. The force was strong, powerful, and domineering. It was so sharp that it directly destroyed his protective spirit energy and the inferior grade spirit artifact inner armor on his body. With a bang, Dong Junlei was sent flying backwards like a meteor. He only stopped after he was 1,000 meters away. His whole body fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. His whole body was twitching constantly. That was the tyrannical power that had invaded his body. It was as if countless sword chi were constantly cutting his body. Dong Junlei definitely didn't want to experience such pain a second time. However, no one was paying attention to Dong Junlei. Everyone was staring at Qinzong in shock as they sucked in cold air. So powerful, so scary. He defeated Dong Junlei with just 1 finger. It was a complete one-sided victory. Can you tell? What is Qinzong's cultivation level? I can't tell. It was too fast. From afar, the group of king-ranked martial artists' faces grew serious. They realized that even they could not accurately gauge Qinzong's cultivation level. They could only vaguely feel it, and it was a little blurry. This meant that Qinzong's control of his own body was extremely profound. He was not inferior to them at all. Furthermore, The first condition for becoming a king-ranked martial artist was to have self-control. In other words, even if Chunzong was not a king-ranked martial artist now, he was already qualified to become one. One had to know that in terms of age, Chunzong was younger than all of them. He was at least 10 years younger than them. Someone who was 10 years younger than them was already qualified to become a king-ranked martial artist. Just thinking about it made them feel incredulous. Lin Churen, this Chunzong from Tai Yuan Heaven sect, is too demonic. One of the king-ranked martial artists could not help but sigh. Lin Churen did not know what to say either. Although they were all esoteric disciples, Lin Churen was the esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan Mountain. She was also the top esoteric disciple among all the esoteric disciples. To be able to become a king-ranked martial artist, there was no doubt that she was extremely talented. Compared to Fang Xingchen, she was not inferior. Fang Xingchen was stunned. Although he could also defeat Dong Junlei in one blow if he used all his strength, he would not be able to defeat him as easily as Chunzong did. They were both defeated in one blow. To those who were not at a high enough cultivation level, they might not be able to tell the difference. However, there were many people present who were at a high enough cultivation level. Naturally, they could tell the difference. As for Chunzong, he was so casual and unfathomable, which made people even more fearful. Saint Sun Tsang Gu's eyes narrowed. At that moment, even he could not tell the profoundness it contained in Chunzong's sword. It seemed very ordinary and simple. However, if one thought that it was simple, one would be a fool. Saint Sun Tsang Gu knew that if Chunzong's strength was on par with his, he would not be able to withstand that sword. What a terrifying junior. The two earthly spirit realm middle-aged men were horrified. They were at the earthly spirit realm. Regardless of cultivation level or realm, they were much stronger than others. Naturally, they could see more profoundness. It was because they could see more clearly that they were even more shocked. It was such a simple sword, but it did not seem like it could be executed by a young man with a low cultivation level. It felt as if Chunzong had been on the path of the sword for hundreds of years. Jiang Gushin clenched his fists tightly. A powerful force surged in his hands. Battle intent surged in his heart. However, there was a sense of uneasiness that suppressed him. He was not confident at all. Even if he used all his strength, he would probably end up like Dong Junlei, humiliating himself. In the distance, Saint Lady Su Huanqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Chapter 837. Happy New Year to everyone. At 9 p.m. tonight, Sixth Owl will send red packets to the group to wish everyone a Happy New Year. In the end, Saint Sun Tsang Gu did not make a move. He could not see through Chunzong's strength and was not confident. It would be great if he won, but what if he lost? Furthermore, he would be in the bloodshed camp for a long time. There was still a chance. Since Saint Sun Tsang Gu did not make a move, Chunzong would not make a move either. There was no need for that. Everyone's experiences were different, and their foresight was different. While the other geniuses were still trying to compete with their peers, Chunzong's foresight was much further. He had already set his sights on the king-ranked martial artists. This was the difference between them. Saint Sun Tsang Gu was indeed powerful. His talent was outstanding. It was obvious that he was already a 7th-tier extreme mortal realm martial artist. In addition, ordinary 8th-tier extreme mortal realm martial artists were no match for him. In fact, he could even defeat ordinary 9th-tier extreme mortal realm martial artists. So what? In the end, they were not on the same level as him. However, if they went through the trials in the demon-suppressing fortress, given Saint Sun Tsang Gu and the others' talents, they would definitely grow rapidly. However, Chunzong was confident that they would not be caught up, let alone surpass them. You are growing, and so am I. I'm not slow at all. Chunzong's entry into the bloodshed camp was naturally arranged by the Demon-Slaying Division's General Secretary. The General Secretary valued Chunzong a lot. The Demon-Slaying Division was known as the Monster Concentration Camp because everyone in the Demon-Slaying Division had their own unique talents. For example, Xiang Liang had a real clone, and some could unleash even greater strength like berserk transformation. As for Murong, because of his pure half-demon bloodline, he was able to cultivate a powerful demon ability that was comparable to the Demon King clan. Wumayu and was a half-demon, and his demon ability was not at all inferior to Murong. As for Qinzong, he had displayed an incredible level of comprehension, which was one of the best in the devil-slaying division. Qinzong was assigned to the bloodshed camp by the general secretary with a mission. In a simple house, everyone was sitting around a table. Qinzong was sitting in the middle of the table. The others were disciples of the Tai Yuan Sky sect, including Qing Chun. Chun Shitty, when I was in the sect, I heard about you. I knew that with your talent, one day you would surpass your peers and surpass your seniors. I just didn't expect that you would reach this step in just a few years. Lin Charan raised his glass and smiled at Qinzong. Senior brother Lin, you flatter me. Qinzong raised his cup as well. Lin Charan was the top secret disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and one of the few king-ranked formidable martial artists in the sect. The other senior and junior brothers also toasted Qinzong. At their level of cultivation, as long as it wasn't some special wine, they wouldn't get drunk no matter how much they drank. What's more, everyone's goal was to drink as well. They wanted to use wine to liven things up. During this time, some people asked Qinzong questions. Qinzong also briefly told them about his experiences. When they found out that Qinzong had come to the demon-suppressing fortress earlier and had participated in the battle with the demon race's vanguard in the Earth Demon Abyss, they were all very excited. Qin Shitty, how strong are you now? Lin Charan couldn't help but ask. He actually really wanted to know if Qinzong had reached the king-ranked realm. Qinzong didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. Since Qinzong didn't say it directly, the others didn't ask further, even though they were curious. If they did, they would appear to be tactless. Tactless people often didn't have any friends. In a spacious and bright hall, dozens of people were sitting on futons a few meters apart. Some were resting with their eyes closed, some were daydreaming, and some were using voice transmissions to converse. If others passed by and saw the dozens of people here, they would be very shocked. Many of the geniuses were those who had comprehended the first form of the Imperial Demon Seal within a month, as well as a group of geniuses. There were also Qi Xiao from the Qi clan, Zi Huan from the Zi clan, Qing Chun from the Qing clan, Bai Qingjue from the Bai clan, and Lan Yunmiao from the Lan clan. Apart from them, there were also Fang Xingqian from the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Bai Prism Jing from the Ultimate Martial Heaven sect, Yi Qianqiu from the Proud Sword Heaven sect, Li Wuji from the Eternal Heaven sect, Yang Jiutian from the Great Sun Heaven sect, Yin Xingwei from the Bright Moon Heaven sect, and Li Mingxiao from the Xuanjin Heaven sect. There were also Feng Wanli from the Nine Star Heaven sect, Nanmin Zhiga from the Tsangu Sacred Ground, and Su Huanqing from the Tianlan Sacred Ground. I wonder who will be teaching us. At least an Earth Spirit Realm martial artist. All the geniuses were gathered here. They were waiting for the arrival of a new instructor. They didn't know who this new instructor would be teaching them the first move of the Demon Suppressing Seal, and even the first move of the Demon Slaying Seal. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard from outside. They were getting closer and closer. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the footsteps. They wanted to know which instructor would be teaching them the first move of the Demon Suppressing Seal. In the next moment, all the geniuses were stunned. Their eyes widened as if they had seen something unbelievable. Even if the sky were to collapse, they wouldn't be as shocked as they were now. Who was that? A very familiar figure. How could it be him? It's actually him. I don't think so. You should be like us and have been assigned here to cultivate the first move of the Demon Suppressing Seal. The person who had come was Qinzong. Seeing Qinzong walk into the hall, everyone recovered from their shock. They all thought that Qinzong had been assigned here like them to cultivate the first move of the Demon Suppressing Seal. After all, Qinzong was also a prodigy, a top-notch prodigy. However, when Qinzong walked into the hall, he didn't walk towards the crowd. Instead, he stood in front of them and prepared to sit down on the praying mat. Qinzong, that's the new instructor's seat. Come down quickly. One of the geniuses hurriedly called out, "Everyone, from today onwards, you will be learning the first move of the demon suppressing seal with me." Chunzong ignored the prodigy's words. Instead, he sat down on the praying mat prepared for the new instructor and spoke calmly. His words shocked everyone once again. Could it be that Chunzong was the new instructor? They couldn't believe it. They were all in a daze, as if they were in a dream. "Everyone, you may find it hard to believe, but this is the truth." Chunzong could tell what everyone was thinking. He smiled and said, "Now, please come back to your senses. I will begin to explain the first move of the demon suppressing seal." No matter how shocked everyone was, they had no choice but to accept this result. However, they were all strong-willed and quickly adjusted themselves. However, deep in their hearts, they were still shocked. Although they were shocked, since Chunzong had already begun to explain the first move of the demon suppressing seal, they still had to listen carefully to avoid missing anything. Having cultivated the first move of the demon suppressing seal, they knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate the demon suppressing seal. If they didn't have someone to guide them, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate it in just over a month. The first move of the demon suppressing seal was undoubtedly more mysterious and difficult to cultivate than the first move of the demon suppressing seal. Although they were all very surprised that Chunzong would be the one to guide them, at this moment, they could only suppress their curiosity. Chunzong had already cultivated the first move of the demon suppressing seal and the demon slaying seal. He had also cultivated the second move of the demon suppressing seal and the second move of the demon slaying seal. Now, he was comprehending the second move of the demon slaying seal. His understanding of the first move of the demon suppressing seal was incomparably deep. It was more than enough to guide everyone. However, when Chunzong began to explain, everyone was stunned. How could it be the first move of the demon suppressing seal? They had already cultivated the first move. What else was there to talk about? But as they listened on, they became more and more surprised. The first move of the demon suppressing seal that Chunzong explained was much more profound and mysterious than what they had comprehended. It was a deeper analysis. After spending 2 hours, Chunzong dissected the first move of the demon suppressing seal in simple terms, so that everyone had a more intuitive understanding of the first move of the demon suppressing seal. Well, everyone, today we will talk about the first move of the demon suppressing seal. Tomorrow on time, we will talk about the first move of the demon suppressing seal, Chunzong said as he got up and walked out of the palace. However, the crowd was still somewhat unsatisfied. As soon as Chunzong left, someone immediately chased after him. After catching up with Chunzong, naturally, he wanted to have a good discussion with Chunzong. Only those who understood, acknowledged, and dared to do so would be able to achieve better results. Chunzong's mission in the bloodshed camp was to teach the first move of the demon suppressing seal and the first move of the demon suppressing seal. Every day, for 2 hours, the rest of the time was free to be arranged. Since it was free to be arranged, Chunzong could not waste time. Instead, he seized every minute and second to improve himself as much as possible. This was because no one knew when the demon army would attack. If the demon army wanted to break through the barrier and open a passage, the human race would naturally not sit still and do their best to stop them. However, it was not that easy. In the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, the chaotic demon energy was several times denser than before. Not enough. It needs to be at least 100 times denser. Then let's attract more chaotic demon energy. In the Earth Demon Abyss, the chaotic demon energy was the purest and densest in the 9th layer, followed by the 8th layer, followed by the 7th layer, and so on. The first layer was the thinnest and most heterogeneous. Now, the portal had been destroyed. If the demon army wanted to attack the surface, they had to open a new passage. And to open a new passage, the first prerequisite was to have enough power as a backing. The chaotic demon energy was the backing of the demon race. It had to be pure and dense enough. If the chaotic demon energy in the 9th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was naturally enough as a backing to break through the barrier, the difference in the first layer was too great. However, if they started from a 9th layer, they had to first break through the 8th layer, the 7th layer, the 6th layer, all the way to the 1st layer, and then break through the barrier between the Earth Demon Abyss and the Blue Waves continent. The kind of difficulty and consumption increased by more than 10 times. Therefore, breaking through the barrier in the 1st layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was undoubtedly the best choice. However, the chaotic demon energy in the 1st layer was not enough. It had to be drawn in from the other 8 layers to enrich the chaotic demon energy in the 1st layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. In the 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss, there was a huge altar that covered 100,000 meters. The altar was completely black, and there were 99 pillars around it. Each pillar was shaped like a spider's claw, and as it curved, its tip was drawn closer to the center of the altar. Chapter 838. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. We've locked down 3 places where the demon race could possibly break through the barrier, and we're monitoring them closely. We must keep a close eye on them, and we can't make any mistakes. The invasion of the demon race was a big deal, and no mistakes could be made. Once the demon race entered the surface, it would not only bring disaster, but also destruction. Therefore, the best way to guard them was to prevent the demon race from entering the surface. What was the best way? The first way had been done, which was to destroy the camp and blow up the door. But the demon race could open the passage again, just like many years ago. The second way was to destroy the passage as fast as possible when the demon race opened the passage again, and prevent the demon race from entering. It was very difficult, but they had to do it, even if they had to pay a price. After 8 months, although the demon race army had not invaded the surface, the atmosphere in the demon-suppressing fortress was still tense and bleak. The Vanguard Battalion, Bloodshed Battalion, and the others were constantly undergoing training to improve their strength as much as possible. The 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss was pitch black, and extremely rich and pure chaotic demon chi permeated the air. If anyone entered the 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss again, they would be extremely shocked. Compared to the 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the chaotic demon chi was more than 100 times richer and purer. A large amount of chaotic demon chi was constantly pouring into the 1st level from the other 8 levels of the Earth Demon Abyss, as if it was endless. The altar, which covered 100,000 meters, was like a giant beast, constantly absorbing the chaotic demon chi from all directions and pouring it into the darkness at the center. That darkness seemed to be connected to another world, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. In the sky above this huge altar, figures were floating in the air, each of them emitting a shocking aura. They were all high-grade demons, equivalent to the profound heaven realm experts of the human race. At first glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. In other words, there were at least a few hundred superior devils here, especially the few figures standing near the altar. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Emperor-level experts. Further away from the altar, under the shroud of darkness, one could vaguely see figures standing, as if they were one entity, emitting an extremely cold and violent aura, like an abyss. The demon race army. If Chunzong and the others saw this, they would be very shocked. This demon army was more than 10 times more terrifying than the demon race's vanguard. Everything was ready, and they were just waiting to break through the space barrier between the Earth Demon Abyss and Blue Waves continent. After 8 months of preparation, success or failure would depend on this moment. Although it was said to be 8 months, as a matter of fact, it was very little. The real preparation time should be counted after the failure of the last attack on Blue Waves continent, because at that time, Demon Race had already begun to plan the next attack. It took more than 1,000 years of preparation time. More than 1,000 years of painstaking effort had come to fruition today. A spot of incomparably deep black light gathered in the deepest part of the altar. As a large amount of chaotic, demonic aura poured in, the black light continued to expand and strengthen. As the voice of one of the demon emperors faded, there was suddenly no movement from the altar. Suddenly, waves of extremely powerful auras erupted from other parts of the altar, following which streaks of black light shot up into the sky one after another. The distance between each black light was very far, and they were distributed all over the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. Each black light carried an extremely shocking power, and like a majestic sword chi, they pierced through the sky and ruthlessly pierced the sky of the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. That was the space barrier between the Earth Demon Abyss and Blue Waves Continent. Boom, boom, boom. The dense, chaotic, demonic aura was directly blasted away, and those majestic black lights bombarded the space barrier like pillars. The space barrier was incomparably sturdy, and under the bombardment of numerous black lights, circles of black ripples quickly spread out, surging in all directions. The endless chaotic demonic aura was continuously absorbed into the black lights from all around, replenishing the consumption. The black ripples became more and more intense, and the space barrier seemed to have turned into a vast sea with rolling waves. It was incomparably frightening, as if there were behemoths in the sea. The astonishing rumbling was accompanied by a trembling sound. At first, it was weak, but it became more and more intense, and in the end, it filled the world. These 9 black lights were continuously absorbing the chaotic demonic aura in the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss to replenish their consumption, and they vowed to break through the space barrier and open a passage. Once 9 black lights were broken through, there would be 9 passages. Once 9 passages were formed, the army of the demon race would rush to the surface at an astonishing speed like a swarm of flying locusts, bringing great disaster to Blue Waves Continent. The experts of the demon race and the army of the demon race didn't move at all. They were still gathered in the sky above and at the edge of the 100,000 meters huge altar, as if waiting for something. Everyone on the surface didn't know anything about this. The space barrier was bombarded, and the fluctuations spread out. At first, it was very subtle, but the experts in charge of monitoring began to sense it. They quickly detected it and immediately reported it. What? There are 9 abnormal spatial fluctuations in total. Quickly, set off immediately. Seal those 9 abnormal spatial fluctuations. Once the space passage appears, immediately destroy it with all your strength. All of a sudden, silhouettes with shocking auras flew out of the demon-suppressing fortress one after another. They were all profound sky realm warriors at a shocking speed. It was impossible to destroy the space passage without the strength of the profound sky realm. Moreover, it was difficult for 1 or 2 experts of the profound sky realm to do it. They had to gather the strength of many experts of the profound sky realm. The 9 abnormal spatial fluctuations were very far away from each other, and they were distributed in all directions of the demon-suppressing fortress. More than 30 experts of the profound sky realm rushed over to each location. 9 locations meant that more than 300 experts of the profound sky realm were dispatched. This was a very powerful force for the human race. The abnormal spatial fluctuations became more and more obvious. Gradually, the experts of the profound sky realm could see a touch of faint black color, as if it was soaking in ink. It quietly appeared and continuously spread out at an astonishing speed. Attention! The space passage is about to appear. Once it appears, immediately attack with all your strength. Don't hold anything back. You must destroy the space passage as soon as possible. The eyes of the experts of the profound sky realm were fixed. Bright lights flickered and were incomparably sharp. Their powerful, profound sky realm spirit power was surging inside their bodies. They had already accumulated power and were ready to explode with their strongest attack at any time. At the same time, in the Earth Demon Abyss, the experts of the high-level demon clan who were floating in the air also started to move. Every 10 people formed a group, and there were 9 groups in total. They flew across the sky at an astonishing speed, and all flew towards the 9 black lights. They circled around the 9 black lights, and flew to the space barrier. It seemed that they were planning to rush into the passage and enter the surface the moment the space was opened. Crack, 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 crack. For a moment, a series of broken sounds rang out. When they entered the ears of the demon clan, it was like the most beautiful music. However, when it entered the ears of the experts of the profound sky realm on the surface, it was so ear-piercing and immediately made them nervous. As the black color quickly spread, it filled the area of 100 meters. The first crack also appeared, like a crack on a ceramic. Kacha, kacha, kacha. More and more cracks appeared, crisscrossing the 100 meters of black. The expressions of the experts of the profound sky realm changed greatly. If they couldn't destroy such a large passage in the first place, a large group of experts of the demon clan would definitely enter. At that time, even more experts of the demon clan would enter, and the army of the demon clan would follow. Now, they couldn't do anything, because if they did, it would only help the demon clan open the passage. More and more cracks appeared. Finally, the first fragment completely shattered, revealing a meter-sized hole. This meant that the space passage would be completely opened. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the hole that had just been shattered like lightning. The space passage hadn't been completely opened, which meant that it hadn't stabilized yet. It meant that it was extremely dangerous. Even if a titled monarch expert wanted to pass through, he would have to risk his life. As soon as this figure appeared, his body instantly expanded. A shocking energy fluctuation instantly surged out from his body. Self-explosion. With a boom, terrifying demonic energy poured out like a volcanic eruption. Black waves with astonishing destructive power rushed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the area of 100 meters was completely covered. This move was completely out of everyone's expectations. However, the Sky Profound Realm experts' reactions were also incomparably fast. They immediately acted, and under their joint efforts, they completely shattered the power of the explosion. However, a portion of the power bombarded the spatial tunnel, causing it to open up even faster. The second black shadow, the third black shadow, shot out from the space passage in succession and then self-exploded. As if they had gone crazy, they rushed forward one after another without any fear of death. These were all Demon Clan's experts. They were all high-level experts of the Demon Clan. Each of their cultivation had reached high-level. In order to smoothly attack the surface of the Blue Waves continent, in order to ensure success, the Demon Clan had made a great sacrifice. Each of the 9 passages sacrificed 10 high-level experts of the Demon Clan. 10 high-level experts of the Demon Clan continuously self-exploded. That kind of power was incomparably terrifying. Not only did it completely open the 9 passages, but it also forced the surrounding profound sky realm experts to use all their strength to resist. Even more profound sky realm experts quickly rushed over from the demon suppressing fortress. They attacked the already opened space passages one after another, striving to destroy all 9 passages. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 839. Rumble. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The spatial barrier was directly shattered by the incomparably tyrannical power. Then, under the extremely frightening power, it was instantly stabilized. Pure and dense chaotic demonic chi surged like endless waves. Every wave carried an extremely terrifying power as it rushed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had covered a radius of 10,000 meters and spread even further. The experts of the human clan all turned pale. He had been deceived. The Sky Profound Realm experts' thinking speed was incomparably fast, and they instantly understood the cause and effect. The Devil race was worried that the humans would disturb them from breaking through the spatial barriers, so they destroyed the spatial passageways as soon as possible. Therefore, they set up a diversion by opening up 9 spatial passageways, first to attract most of the human experts' attention. Moreover, they sacrificed the lives of 90 high-grade devil race experts to make them self-destruct. Firstly, they accelerated the progress of opening up the 9 spatial passageways. Secondly, they further restrained the human experts and created a false impression for the human experts. The real spatial passageway was this one. Although the Sky Profound Realm experts reacted very quickly, they still needed some time, especially when they were being restrained. And this little bit of time was more than enough. The 1,000-meter diameter spatial passage was completely stabilized. A large amount of chaotic, demonic energy rushed out with an extremely terrifying power. Its power was astonishing, and it was equivalent to many profound Sky Realm experts attacking together. It made it difficult for people to approach. After that, numerous figures surged into appearance from within the stable spatial passageway. They floated in midair and were distributed in the surroundings, and all of them emanated extremely shocking fluctuations of auras. Astonishingly, they were all high-level experts of the devil race. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 high-grade demon race formidable martial artists appeared, further guarding this passageway. Even the Thear-cranked demon race formidable martial artists did the same. Then, the demon race's army arrived. Fast, it was simply too fast. Moreover, it was very sudden. By the time the human clan reacted and took action, hundreds of superior-level Devil Clan experts were floating in the air around the huge passageway. They launched attacks one after another. Chaotic Devil Chi swept out violently and indiscriminately bombarded everything in front of them, making it difficult for the human clan experts to get close. Just like that, even more of the demon race's army entered the surface, forming a huge black mass. They emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, like a black cloud pressing down on a city. Heaven and earth were filled with an oppressive aura. It was so heavy that it made it hard for people to breathe. Within the demon-suppressing fortress, the moment the abnormal spatial fluctuations appeared, everything was activated. The demon-suppressing army, the Vanguard Battalion, the Bloodshed Battalion, the Demon Hunters, and so on. If they could successfully destroy the passageway and prevent the demon army from entering the Earth's surface, it would be a good thing to avoid a disaster and heavy losses. If not, they could only fight to the death to resist the attack of the demon army at the cost of their lives. Now, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Assemble. The army had been assembled for the purpose of fighting the devil race's army. The gate of the demon-suppressing fortress was shut tight, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. A portion of the demon-suppressing army was arranged to guard the walls and watchtowers of the fortress. Most of the demon-suppressing army was waiting in front of the gate, and so was the Battle Vanguard Battalion. All the Demon Hunt squads were stationed in various places, waiting for the battle. The Free Demon Hunters who didn't join their Demon Hunt squads were basically in the Vanguard camp. The army was assembled, ready to set out at any time. The Bloodshed Battalion, as the elites among the elites, stood behind the city walls, waiting for orders. They were ready to set out at any time to assassinate the relatively important powerhouses of the demon army. Since the situation had reached this point, the Sky Profound experts of the human race didn't directly charge in, as that would only cause unnecessary casualties. Therefore, they all returned to the demon-suppressing fortress. The injured first went to recuperate, and the uninjured or not so seriously injured after taking pills stood guard in front of the fortress, preventing the demon powerhouses from directly invading and wantonly slaughtering inside. There was no need to doubt the strength of a Sky Profound Realm expert. Especially when they had the advantage of being able to fly, they were even more agile. Therefore, only Sky Profound Realm experts could defend against them. Standing on the wall of the demon-suppressing fortress, Chunzong saw the darkness in front of him through a small hole in the cover. The darkness was like a tide, spreading unceasingly. An astonishing chaotic demon energy filled the surroundings, becoming denser and denser. And at the center, where the passageway was, dense chaotic demon energy was still unceasingly gushing out. To the demons, this chaotic demon energy was like water to the fishes. It was extremely important. Under the dense and pure, chaotic demon energy, the strength of the demons could be fully exerted, and the energy consumed could be recovered faster. On the other hand, this kind of fighting environment was extremely unfavorable for the human race. Fortunately, the demon-suppressing army and the others had cultivated the demon-suppressing seal. Although the people of the Vanguard Battalion and the demon hunters hadn't cultivated the demon-suppressing seal, they still had the treasures that could inject the first move of the demon-suppressing seal, which could resist the corrosion of the chaotic demon energy and eliminate its interference. Dong, dong, dong. The drum beats full of demonic nature fell, and then the drum beats resounded through the heaven and earth. This was the sound of the demon drum, and also the signal for the demon army to attack. The bugle horn was also blown, and the demon army started to move, marching in uniform steps, causing the earth to shake. Boom, boom, boom. An astonishing aura suddenly rolled over, overbearing, majestic, and cold, as if it was an army from the abyss, from the hell. The demon disaster army. Not the vanguard, but the main force, the real demon disaster army, descending on the earth. A terrifying pressure pervaded the heaven and earth, making everyone clearly feel that it was difficult to breathe and their hearts were heavy. Approaching. Only when they were 10,000 meters away from the demon-suppressing fortress did the main force of the demon disaster army stop, marching in formation, orderly in uniform, giving people the feeling that they were one, as if every soldier of the demon disaster army had the same thoughts, and this was undoubtedly the most terrifying feeling. The demon race wanted to attack the Blue Waves continent, take it for their own, and enslave the human race. But relying on a group of high-level demon experts was unrealistic. After all, although high-level demon experts were very strong, they were relatively few in number. An army was necessary to conquer the Blue Waves continent and enslave the human race. They needed an army. 10,000 meters away, the two armies faced each other. At this time, another change occurred in the demon army. The army separated to the left and right, opening up a 1,000-meter wide passage. Subsequently, huge figures appeared, and the astonishing footsteps were incomparably oppressive. Dong, dong, dong. The ground shook even more violently. Every time the footsteps sounded, the heart of everyone would tremble, and they would feel palpitations for no reason. Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at those huge figures in succession, and their face was filled with shock. Those figures were 100 meters tall, and their body was incomparably sturdy, just like a hill. Moreover, they had a huge round belly. They had dark green skin, and only a piece of animal skin was wrapped around their waist. They had an ugly head like a ferocious beast, and long, wild, boar-like tusks. They looked incomparably ferocious. Their arms were very long, hanging down to their waist, reaching halfway to their thighs. In their right hand, they were dragging huge black sticks that were several tens of meters long, and they were drawing gullies on the ground. "What is that?" Beside Chinzong, a genius from a big force asked with a dumbstruck look on his face. "Giant demon slave," Chinzong replied in a low voice. Giant demon slave. This name hadn't been mentioned for a long time. Even if one entered the Earth Demon Abyss, it was difficult to see it, because it was a war machine belonging to the demon race. Giant demon slaves were a special kind of soldier of the demon race. They weren't a race, because they weren't born naturally. Instead, they were created by the demon race using some mysterious methods. They were sharp weapons used purely for war, and their greatest use was to attack cities. The demon-suppressing fortress was essentially a city, an important city. The sturdy and tall walls could withstand strong impacts, but the giant demon slaves were created for the purpose of attacking cities. Their incomparably sturdy bodies and amazing strength were enough to break the walls of the demon-suppressing fortress, allowing the demon army to invade the fortress. Chinzong had never seen a giant demon slave before, but that didn't stop him from learning about it from the records of the Demon Slayers Division. This was the first time that Chinzong had seen a giant demon slave, so he was very shocked. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the seemingly bloated bodies of the giant demon slaves. One by one, the giant demon slaves walked out and lined up in front of the demon army. Each giant demon slave was 1,000 meters away from each other, like a huge shield, firmly protecting the demon army behind them. The giant demonic slaves were not only the best weapons to attack cities, but they could also protect the army of the demon clan. Because when they were created, not only did they have terrifying power, but they also had a shocking body and defense. Even an expert in the early stage of the profound sky realm couldn't kill them in one blow. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn sounded again, and the giant demon slaves began to march forward, dragging their huge black iron rods. They walked step by step towards the demon-suppressing fortress. Every step they took shook the ground, and every step they took left deep footprints on the ground. As the giant demon slaves kept approaching, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Looking at the huge and ferocious appearance of the giant demon slaves, and then feeling the terrifying power contained in their bodies, everyone's face was full of seriousness. How to fight? Should they just let the experts in the profound heaven realm kill the giant demon slaves? The experts in the profound heaven realm were the pillars of the army. Once they attacked, the superior experts of the demon race wouldn't just sit by and watch. Then, should they let the demon-suppressing army attack? Indeed, they could. However, facing monsters like the giant demon slaves, they didn't know how many sacrifices they would have to make. Prepare the demon-destroying crossbows. As soon as the order was given, giant ballistae suddenly appeared on the watchtowers of the demon-suppressing fortress. Each giant crossbow was 10 meters long, and there was a blood-red giant crossbow that was 10 meters long and as thick as a person's waist. On each giant crossbow, there were countless engravings, crisscrossing and spreading out. Each giant crossbow was magnificent, like a work of art. However, no one would think that it was a work of art. Just by looking at the crossbow's tip, one would know that it was definitely a killing weapon. A 10-meter-long giant crossbow to kill people? With one shot, people would be blown into pieces. Chapter 840. An extremely sharp voice resounded through the heavens and the earth like a tsunami, covering the sky and the earth. Streaks of blood-red light streaked across the sky, leaving behind thousands of dazzling blood-red streaks. They shot towards the giant demon slaves like a blood-red meteor shower. This was the first volley of Demon Breaker crossbows. Every single Demon Breaker crossbow carried a terrifying amount of power. Hundreds of giant demon slaves slowly but firmly walked forward step by step. Just as the demon-piercing crossbows were about to hit the giant demon slaves still didn't stop. A layer of black light suddenly appeared on their bodies, blocking the demon-piercing crossbows. The ripples spread out, but the giant demon slaves' footsteps were not affected at all. Shoot! Shoot! The second round of Demon Destroyer crossbows. The third round of Demon Destroyer crossbows. The fourth round of Demon Destroyer crossbows. There were 1,000 crossbows in each volley, and after 5 volleys, each giant demon slave was hit by 5 or 6 demon-piercing crossbows. Although their defenses were strong, under the tyrannical power of the demon-piercing crossbows, they were finally broken, and the demon-piercing crossbows shattered. The skin of the giant demon slaves was extremely tough. Even if they were hit directly by the demon-piercing crossbow, they wouldn't be penetrated immediately. The demon-piercing crossbow suddenly flashed. Streaks of red light flowed through the crisscrossing lines and finally gathered at the crossbow tip, bursting out with even more astonishing power. This was the power of demon piercing, which could cause even more damage to the demon clan. The forging of the Demon Slayer sword was infused with this kind of power. However, the demon-slaying sword's anti-magic power was permanent, while the demon-piercing crossbow's anti-magic power could only be used once. Thus, it was easier to forge and consumed less magic power. Otherwise, it would not be able to support such a consumption. The demon-piercing crossbows pierced through the giant demon slave's tough skin and pierced into their bodies. However, the giant demon slaves didn't seem to feel anything and continued to advance. In fact, as weapons of war, they didn't feel any pain, nor did they have any intelligence. They just followed orders and attacked without any fear of death. However, the demon-piercing crossbow wasn't that simple. As soon as it pierced into the giant demon slave's body, the red light flickered and instantly exploded. An incomparably terrifying power wreaked havoc within the giant demon slave's body, causing even greater damage. With a series of explosions, holes appeared on the bodies of the giant demon slaves. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Some of the giant demon slaves had their heads directly blown off. Their huge and sturdy bodies went limp and fell to the side. With a boom, the ground shook even more violently. Giant demon slaves didn't stop because of their companions' deaths. The devil drum sounded again, and the devil army also marched forward, following the giant devil slaves, towards the demon-suppressing fortress. With the giant demon slaves at the front acting as shields, they could reduce the losses of the demon army. Demon slaves were killed. Demon slaves were demons. Demon were. Giant demon normally. Only the giant demon slaves whose heads were blown off would die on the spot. The other giant demon slaves, even if their arms were blown off, would still move forward. Even if one of their legs was blown off, they would still use their arms to crawl forward, approaching the demon-suppressing fortress. This scene made everyone's scalp go numb. A chill rose from their tailbones and went straight to their heads. They were indescribably shocked. The battle had yet to truly begin, but it was already so thrilling. The giant demon slaves fell one after another, using their corpses to pave the way forward. The demon-piercing crossbows fired volley after volley. Although each demon-piercing crossbow was not difficult to make and the cost was not high, there were many of them. By now, they had already fired more than 20 rounds and had fired more than 20,000 demon-piercing crossbows. The total consumption was also very shocking. However, the demon-piercing crossbows were not usually used. They had been accumulating them every year so that they could be put to use one day. Demon-piercing crossbows were inanimate objects. Using inanimate objects to kill the demons and reduce the casualties on their side was undoubtedly worth it. Behind the giant demon slaves, the demon army that was constantly approaching was composed of beast demons. Each of them was wearing thick and heavy black armor and holding huge black shields in their hands. The shields were slanted upwards, not only to protect themselves, but also to protect the rear. It seemed that those pitch-black thick shields were connected together, emitting an astonishing cold aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first giant demon slave approached the demon-suppressing fort. Its huge body stood side by side with the demon-suppressing fort. It raised a huge black iron staff that was dozens of meters long and swung it a few times, bringing a shocking black whirlwind. With the most ferocious power, it fiercely bombarded the demon-suppressing fort's well-tempered city wall. Boom! The entire city wall was shaking. Even the demon-suppressing fort seemed to be shaking. The city wall was well-tempered. It was incomparably hard and could withstand extremely strong bombardments. However, the giant demon slave could not break it with one strike. It swung its iron staff a few more times and fiercely bombarded it again. Boom! The second giant demon slave approached. Its staff carried an astonishing power and fiercely bombarded the city wall. Kill! On the city wall, a few profound sky realm experts immediately attacked. The saber light was earth-shattering and fiercely chopped out. A few saber lights chopped a few giant demon slaves. However, the giant demon slaves only trembled. When the saber lights shattered, a saber mark was left on the giant demon slaves' bodies. However, the iron staff still fiercely bombarded them. Damn it! Kill! Another profound sky realm expert attacked the giant demon slaves. At the same time, the higher-level experts of the demon clan also attacked. Black light covered the sky and covered the earth. It carried an extremely terrifying power and bombarded them one after another. The higher-level demon clan's strength was extremely tyrannical. The profound sky realm experts of the human clan had to attack with all their strength. They could not let them destroy the demon suppressing fort. Otherwise, they would lose an advantage. No matter if it was the profound sky realm experts or the higher-level demon clan experts, their battle was in the sky. This time, the demon clan had sent out hundreds of higher-level experts. Except for a few demon emperors who had not attacked, all the other higher-level demon clan experts had attacked. The demon suppressing fort was the same. The titled monarch experts had not attacked yet, but they had to guard against the demon emperors of the other side. They were completely restrained. A portion of the demon-piercing crossbows were mobilized. They locked onto the heads of the giant demon slaves that were bombarding the city wall and fiercely shot them out. Frightening whistles resounded through the sky. The terrifying demon-piercing crossbows carried astonishing power and fiercely bombarded the heads of the giant demon slaves. They broke through the hard defense and pierced into the heads of the giant demon slaves. Then they exploded. One by one, the heads of the giant demon slaves exploded like watermelons. In a wave of attacks, the giant demon slaves were killed one after another. However, the well-tempered city wall also had 2 holes in it. The surroundings of the holes were filled with cracks. These 2 holes were very likely to become the weak point for the Demon Clan army to attack the Demon Suppressing Fort. Demon Suppressing Army, move out! A voice full of majesty resounded, spreading between the sky and the earth. The tightly closed city gate was instantly opened. The Demon Suppressing Army in black armor surged out like a tide. They stepped over the corpses of the giant demon slaves and formed a formation to attack. With extreme killing intent, they all attacked the Demon Clan army. The Demon Clan army sped up. Like a black flood, they attacked the Demon Suppressing Army. After the Demon Suppressing Army, it was the Vanguard Battalion. The Vanguard Battalion had many times more people than the Demon Suppressing Army. However, in terms of training, they were still inferior to the Demon Suppressing Army. Therefore, they needed the Demon Suppressing Army to lead the charge. Behind the Demon Race's army, suddenly, several black silhouettes soared into the sky. They were the Winged Demon Clan's army. At first glance, one could clearly see that each Winged Demon Clan's army was holding a silhouette in their hands. They were flying over the Demon Beast army at an astonishing speed. Demon exterminating arrows. Fire in unison. With an order, the Demon Suppressing Army stationed on the walls of the fort took out their strong bows and nocked arrows that were engraved with blood-red patterns. Demon-piercing crossbows were weapons specially used to deal with the giant demon slaves. They could also be used to deal with the charge of the demon army. As for demon exterminating arrows, they were specially used to deal with the Winged Demon Clan army that had the advantage in the air. The arrows knocked on the bows were like a full moon. Every strong bow was pulled taut to the extreme. The demon exterminating arrows flickered with cold light. Fire. Dense and incomparably sharp sounds rang out. That was the sound of arrows tearing through the sky. 10,000 arrows were fired in unison. The dense mass of arrows flickered with blood-red radiance and carried strands of demon exterminating power. In a flash, they shot across several thousand meters in the sky towards the Winged Demon Clansmen that were flying over at an astonishing speed. The Winged Demon Clansmen's reaction was extremely fast, but they were still hit by the arrows. The Winged Demon Clansmen that were hit by the arrows swayed. Under the resplendent demon exterminating power, they were unable to continue flying and fell down one after another. Below them was the battlefield where the Demon Suppressing Army's Vanguard Battalion and the Demon Beast Army were fighting. It was a meat grinder and a Jura killing field. Once one fell into it, there was an 80 to 90% chance of death. Regardless of whether it was the human army or the Demon Beast Army, it was impossible for them to pay any attention. Once this kind of battle started, it would definitely not stop just because of a few lives. Otherwise, the other side would seize the opportunity and defeat them. Just like dumplings, winged demon clansmen were unceasingly hit by the demon-exterminating arrows and fell down. However, there were also winged demon-exterminating arrows and rapidly approached the demon-suppressing fortress. Then, they used their strength to throw the people they had caught into the demon-suppressing fortress. They were the elites of the demon clan. Their purpose was to take the initiative to kill their way into the demon-suppressing fortress and destroy it. With cooperation from many sides, it would be easier for them to capture the demon-suppressing fortress. For the demon clan, the demon-suppressing fortress could be destroyed, but they couldn't completely destroy it, because this place would become the first base of the demon clan when they attacked the Blue Waves continent. Bloodshed Battalion, move out. The ice-cold voice was filled with an extremely sharp, killing intent. It was like a cold wind from the north blowing. Immediately, the eyes of the experts of the Bloodshed camp turned cold as they emitted an incomparably frightening killing intent. Chunzong, let's see who can kill more. The voice of the holy son of Tsangu, Nanmenjiga, swept past the ears of Chunzong. Then, his tall figure had already changed into a gale and swept out. After several months of cultivation in the Bloodshed Battalion, Nanmenjiga's cultivation had not only increased a lot, but his strength had also become more powerful. However, he had originally planned to challenge Chunzong and wash away his previous disgrace. Who would have thought that the Demon Clan's army would invade? So he temporarily didn't have this opportunity. Chapter 841. Chunzong. Let's see who has killed more demon bastards. Yang Jiuqian's voice also reached Chunzong's ears. Yi Qinxiu and Qi Xiao also did the same. For a moment, the group of Heaven's Prides seemed to be competing with Chunzong. Chunzong smiled when he heard this. Let's compete. His body flashed like a beam of flowing light as he leaped up. Then, a faint golden sword light with traces of blood red pierced through the sky and attacked a figure that was falling from the sky. That figure was an elite of the Demon Clan. He was also a strong cultivator of the Demon Clan's killing group. There were mid-level and low-level experts among the falling demons' killing group. Chunzong naturally wouldn't choose a mid-level expert, which was equivalent to the Earth Spirit realm. Although his strength had increased a lot compared to before, he was still no match for an Earth Spirit realm expert. Chunzong's sword pierced through the air. Before the elite demon could even display his strength, Chunzong's sword pierced through his body and killed him. His corpse fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the city wall before rolling outside. The city wall was extremely hard. This kind of force couldn't damage it at all. The elite demon's body was also very strong, so he didn't suffer any injuries. But he was already dead, so it didn't matter. Chunzong's body fell, but he waved his sword again. He pierced through the sky like he was one with the sword, killing the second elite demon. He passed by him in midair. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had killed 2 demon elites. A mid-rank demon elite would naturally be dealt with by an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. At the same time, the mid-rank demon elite would only seek out an Earth Spirit Realm human cultivator. Saint Sun Tsangu rushed to the front of an elite demon and punched out. It was incomparably overbearing, as if it carried the power of heaven. It blasted out a vacuum. The demon elite's face was ferocious, and he also punched out. He was from the Beast Devil clan, famous for his strength. Boom! Saint Sun Tsangu's expression suddenly changed. The opponent's strength was very strong, and seemed to be not inferior to his own. This was the first time Saint Sun Tsangu faced a real demon. Moreover, it was an elite demon. Saint Sun Tsangu began to realize the strength of the demon race. While he was surprised, Saint Sun Tsangu was also excited. Only a strong enough opponent would be able to stimulate one's potential and make one even stronger. His purpose of answering the call and coming to the Demon Suppression Fortress was to fight against the experts of the demon race. Fight! In an instant, Saint Sun Tsangu's battle intense soared. He forgot everything else, and only the elite demon in his eyes. He clenched his fists and punched out the ancient Elysian fist. The holy son of Tsangu's current cultivation was at the late stage of the extreme 7th tier of the mortal realm. He had just broken through, and his strength was much stronger than before. He was strong enough to defeat an ordinary person at the late stage of the extreme 9th tier of the mortal realm. This kind of leap was shocking, but his opponent was not weak at all. Again, Holy Son Tsangu roared and charged at the demon elites again. Demon bastards, your grandpa, Limitless, is here. Li Wuji dashed forward like a terrifying chariot, directly knocking away a demon elite who was weaker than him. However, that demon elite had a tough physique, which was not inferior to Li Wuji at all. After landing, he immediately charged at Li Wuji. Winged demons were constantly shot to death, and the elites of the demon race were constantly falling on the walls and inside the demon suppression fortress. The experts of the bloodshed camp all attacked, and the elites of the demon race fought to the death. More and more elites of the demon race fell. Not far away, an elite demon's figure flashed and approached a demon suppression sergeant who was knocking an arrow. He swept past and killed the demon suppression sergeant. Chun Zong's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the demon suppression sergeant. Seeing that there was no hope, he immediately pulled back his bow, locked onto the back of the elite demon, and released his finger. Just as the elite demon sensed it, he was unable to dodge. An arrow pierced his back, and a terrifying demon suppression power engulfed his entire body, killing him instantly. Shortly after, Chun Zong took off the quiver from the demon suppression sergeant. There were still 8 demon exterminating arrows inside. Taking out a demon exterminating arrow, he pulled back the bowstring, locked onto a winged demon in the sky, and released his finger. Bang! The sharp arrow pierced through the air and directly pierced through the elite demon and the winged demon who had not yet fallen. One arrow killed 2. Bang! 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 Every sound represented a sharp arrow, and every arrow represented the loss of 1 or 2 lives. By the time the 8 devil extermination arrows were emptied, Chun Zong had already killed another dozen devil race cultivators. This speed was extremely shocking. It had to be known that it took less than 2 breaths of time to shoot out 8 devil extermination arrows. Chun Zong's figure flashed, and he appeared beside another demon suppression sergeant that had been killed. He picked up the quiver from the corpse, and there were only 5 demon exterminating arrows in it. The demon exterminating arrows carried a trace of demon suppression power. Once they hit a demon, they would cause greater damage. If a skilled archer hit a vital point, he would be killed instantly. However, the demon exterminating arrows that had been used had already used up a trace of demon suppression power. Even if the arrows were taken back, unless they were replenished, it would be difficult to directly injure or even kill a demon. After all, the damage that ordinary arrows could cause to a demon was limited. This was because the demon's physique was tough, and their vitality was astonishing. Even if an ordinary arrow hit a vital point, they would not die so easily. Although Chun Zong's archery skills were not as good as his sword skills, he was still better than many people. His demon suppression bow and demon exterminating arrows were even more powerful. The 5 demon extermination arrows killed another 10 demon clansmen. This scene was immediately seen by the other demon suppression sergeants. Immediately, a demon suppression sergeant took out a mustard seed bag and handed it to Chun Zong. There were hundreds of demon exterminating arrows in the mustard seed bag, so Chun Zong did not have to worry about the depletion of arrows. After Fang Xingchen killed an elite demon, he was attacked by another elite demon and was sent flying with a slash. Fortunately, his protective spiritual energy and inner armor blocked this attack, so he was not seriously injured. However, the elite demon immediately chased after him, and a second slash came. The protective spiritual energy and inner armor on his body were destroyed, and he was unable to defend against it. Fang Xingchen only felt the shadow of death looming over him. Was he going to die here? Die under this brutal demon's blade? Fang Xingchen's heart was filled with intense unwillingness. His path to becoming a powerful expert had just begun. How could he die just like that? However, no matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? With a loud bang, an extremely sharp whistle rang in his ears, causing Fang Xingqian's scalp to turn numb. The blade light in front of him dissipated, and an arrow was stuck in between the eyebrows of the elite demon. His eyes, which were still filled with ferocious killing intent, quickly dimmed. Fang Xingqian, who had survived the calamity, quickly turned his head and saw Chunzong. He also saw the bow in Chunzong's hands and immediately understood that he had been saved by Chunzong. It must be said that at this moment, Fang Xingqian's feelings were extremely complicated. However, Chunzong did not care. He drew his bow and arrows, continuously killing the winged demons and the elites of the demon race. With the bow in hand, Chunzong seemed to have transformed into an Azura, killing nonstop. The speed at which he killed was even faster than when he was wielding a sword. After all, when wielding a sword, one would usually kill one person with each strike, and one would also have to constantly move and pursue. However, when using a bow and arrow, there was no need for that. He only needed to stand on the spot. This demon-slaying bow was a top-notch low-grade spirit weapon. It had a range of 10,000 meters and was extremely powerful. In other words, Chunzong could shoot anyone within 10,000 meters with a single arrow. As he continued to kill the demons, Chunzong gradually attracted the attention of others. It could not be helped. The speed at which he killed the demons was too fast. Compared to the other demon suppression soldiers, he was many times faster. He was like a harvester. Good lad. In the distance, the Fifth Army's commander could not help but laugh. As the commander of an army, now was not the time to make a move. His opponents were not ordinary demon experts. Only the powerful demon emperors were his opponents. Not only did the humans notice Chunzong, but the demons also had their eyes on Chunzong. Suddenly, a few demon elites closed in from all directions at a shocking speed. In an instant, Chunzong took out 4 demon slaying arrows, drew his bow, and shot them out. Under the guidance of the illusory sword force and his powerful spiritual senses, the 4 demon slaying arrows shot out at a shocking speed, killing the 4 demon elites immediately. Horrified, a strong sense of danger was approaching. Chunzong could not help but tremble. That extremely cold killing intent descended from the sky and locked onto him. It was too strong. It was many times stronger than a king-ranked demon. This was a mid-grade demon martial artist. Drawing the bow, Chunzong raised it up without hesitation. He locked onto the figure that was falling from the sky like a shooting star. With a bang, the demon's slaying arrow shot out. However, Chunzong was only at the extreme mortal realm. The demon that was falling from the sky was a mid-grade demon who was many times stronger than Chunzong. There was no comparison at all. The demon's slaying arrow that was shot out was directly shattered by the other party, turning into dust. Die! An extremely cold voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying black light filled the air and shot down like a comet. Facing this attack, Chunzong felt that he could not dodge it, let alone defend against it. Even if he used all his strength, even if he used a forbidden technique, he would not be able to defend against it. This was a huge gap. Don't even think about it. Just as Chunzong was about to activate the blue feather shield to defend himself, a loud shout rang out. Immediately, a saber light cut across the sky and cut the black light into pieces. With a boom, a terrifying energy exploded and spread in all directions. The violent vibration caused Chunzong to be involuntarily swept away. He flew thousands of meters away and almost fell outside the city wall. A second saber light was shot out, cutting towards the mid-grade demon martial artist who was falling from the sky. It was an earthly spirit realm martial artist from the Bloodblade camp who acted in time. Chunzong steadied himself and locked his gaze on the mid-grade demon martial artist. His killing intent condensed. Draw the arrow. Draw the bow. He locked onto the mid-grade demon martial artist, but did not shoot immediately. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity. The battle was intense, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Chunzong suddenly released his finger, and the demon-slaying arrow shot out. This arrow was naturally nothing to the mid-ranked devil race expert. It was very weak, but it had a great effect. The mid-ranked devil race expert had no choice but to divert his attention to deal with it. Otherwise, if he was hit, the devil break power contained within the arrow would more or less cause him some injuries. Chapter 842. In the sky, under the dark and gloomy sky, hundreds of profound realm warriors were fighting fiercely against the high-level demon clan warriors. It was hard to tell who would win. Every time they attacked, every time they collided, a terrifying power would spread out in all directions. The rumbling sounds were unceasing, as if the sky was going to break and collapse. On the ground, the demon-suppressing army had formed the demon-slaughtering Great Formation. The Vanguard Battalion had also formed different Great Formations to resist the Demon Disaster Army's main force. Time and time again, the battle was unstoppable. Blood and flesh were splashing everywhere. It was like an Azura's killing field. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Outside the tall and sturdy city wall, there were still giant demon slaves approaching. They swung their iron rods, trying to break the city wall. On the sentry tower, there were still demon-destroying crossbows aiming at the heads of the giant demon slaves and shooting them out, smashing their heads into pieces. In the sky above the city wall, the winged demon army had not only sent the elites of the demon clan over, but they were also cooperating with each other to launch attacks. They didn't land. Instead, they stayed in the air, taking out their long spears and throwing them at the humans. For a moment, they brought a lot of trouble and casualties to the human side. At a glance, one could see streaks of black light descending from the sky. It was like a dark rainstorm, bringing with it a terrifying power that could kill and destroy everything. Chunzong moved his body, dodging a long spear. Then he shot out a demon-destroying arrow, killing a winged demon in the sky. However, Chunzong's arrow was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. There were too many winged devils, and they were constantly rushing over. They were densely packed, like a black cloud that was destroying a city. It made it hard for people to breathe. It felt like there was a heavy stone pressing down on their hearts. This kind of pressure would make people feel despair. For a moment, the human side was suppressed. They were at a disadvantage, and the casualties were increasing. A sudden change occurred. The sharp screeching sound became louder and louder. It tore through the clouds and entered everyone's ears. It made everyone feel as if their eardrums were being pierced and torn apart. Even their heads felt a piercing pain. Don't panic, everyone. We are here to help. Following the sharp screeching in the sky was the divine sound of wind and thunder, which swept over with great momentum. That was the voice of the human race. The reinforcements had arrived. What kind of reinforcements were they? Green silhouettes streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, rapidly flying over from the distant sky. Green flame wings. That's the army formed by the green flame wings. Azure Flame Wings, a transcendent realm monster beast. Its appearance was similar to a goshawk's, but its entire body was azure, especially its pair of dazzling azure wings. When it flapped, it looked like a blazing azure flame, hence its name. The cyan flame beast's wingspan was 8 meters, and its back was wide enough to allow one person to sit on it. Its main habitat was Golden Ling Continent, which was located in the southern part of Blue Waves Continent. Golden Ling Continent didn't have any top-notch major force overseeing it, but there was an ancient hidden clan, and their greatest ability was beast taming. The Azure Flame Wings was one of the several transcendent realm monster beasts domesticated by this ancient secluded family and was the only transcendent realm monster beast that had reached a certain scale. At first glance, the sky seemed to be burning with green flames, as if a wave of green flames was rolling over. Every green flame wing was a level 9 middle rank or upper rank demon beast, which was equivalent to a mid-stage or late-stage human warrior. Moreover, at the forefront, there were over 100 level 10 green flame wings, which were equivalent to Earth Spirit Realm warriors. Riding on the back of each Azure Flame Wing was a member of the Hidden Family. The 10th grade Azure Flame Wings people were all extreme Mortal Realm Masters, while the 9th grade Azure Flame Wings people were all Pseudo-Transcendents. Each of their auras was fused with the Azure Flame Wings, becoming one with them. 100 level 10 green flame wings and 3,000 level 9 green flame wings. This was undoubtedly a very powerful force. However, such a force was nothing compared to the huge army of the Winged Demon Clan. After all, the army of the Winged Demon Clan was huge. There were more than 100,000 of them. They were constantly rushing over. Moreover, every single one of them was a low-rank or mid-rank expert. 3,000 against 100,000 was unrealistic. Soon after, more shocking screams came from other places, and figures of various colors rushed over at high speed. They were flying demonic beasts one after another. However, compared to the green flame wings, they seemed to be mixed up. Obviously, they came from different forces and even some rogue cultivators. The arrival of the green flame winged army and many flying demonic beasts immediately injected a powerful force into the demon-suppressing fortress. Although this force was still far from the 100,000 winged demons, it could, to a certain extent, reduce the pressure on the demon-suppressing fortress. The number of demon-extinguishing arrows in the mustard seed bag kept decreasing, and the number of demons killed by Chunzong also increased. However, compared to the invading demon army, it was nothing. After all, the power of one person was too insignificant. Corpses kept falling from the sky. There were winged demons' corpses and monster beast corpses. Blood rained down. It was extremely tragic. Chunzong didn't seem to know fatigue. He kept shooting arrows from his bow, each arrow taking 1 or 2 demon lives. He condensed his spiritual sense and focused his essence, energy, and spirit to a high degree. He entered a strange state where everything around him seemed to be under his control. He didn't need to aim. As long as he took out an arrow and loosened his fingers, he would be able to kill 2 demons. Standing on the walls of the demon-suppressing fortress, Chunzong seemed to have transformed into a high-speed cannon. He could shoot out 10 demon-extinguishing arrows every second. He was like a terrifying killing machine. It was not a problem for him to fight against 100 enemies. Even fighting against 1,000 enemies would not be a problem. Protect him. For a moment, several demon-suppressing sergeants gathered around Chunzong and formed a defensive circle to protect Chunzong. They didn't disturb Chunzong and allowed him to focus on shooting arrows. They also brought a large number of demon-extinguishing arrows to Chunzong. Kill that human. The Asmodeans also realized that the casualties caused by Chunzong were many times greater than those of the other extreme mortal stage cultivators. It was as if he had become the main force. Furthermore, this made the Asmodeans realize the threat that Chunzong posed. He was only at the lower level, yet he was already so terrifying and had caused so many casualties to the Asmodeans. If he became a higher-level cultivator one day, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? This was a future threat. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Suddenly, the dense number of long spears locked onto Chunzong and shot down. They wouldn't stop until they killed Chunzong. The demon-suppressing sergeants immediately blocked the long spears so that Chunzong didn't have to be distracted. He only needed to focus on shooting the demons. All of this was within Chunzong's perception. It was very clear. If Chunzong wanted to, he could even use the bow in his hand to block the long spears. But since the demon-suppressing sergeants were blocking him, Chunzong didn't have to pay attention to them. He just needed to focus on shooting the demons. The Holy Sun Tsanggu and the others saw this from the corner of their eyes and smiled bitterly. Chunzong's speed of shooting the demons was too fast. It was many times faster than when they had to work hard to kill one demon. Compete? How could they compete? There was no comparison at all. Even if they worked together, they couldn't kill as many demons as Chunzong. Gap. They saw the gap again, and it made them feel desperate. Fight! Although the Holy Sun Sangu was shocked and felt that he couldn't compare with Chunzong, he didn't feel depressed because of this. Instead, his fighting spirit was stimulated. The ancient Elysium fist was a fist technique that required a strong will and strong fighting spirit to fully exert its power. Under the shocking fighting spirit and fighting spirit, the Holy Sun Sangu's aura continued to rise, surpassing his own limits. His fists glowed and emitted a shocking wave of energy. Nobody knew when the Holy Sun Sangu, Nanmenjiga, started to use a pair of spiritual weapon gloves. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and his strength had increased significantly. Every time he punched, there would be a shocking roar. It was as if thunder was rolling in the void, destroying everything. The ancient Elysium fist carried the will of the heavens and enforced justice on behalf of the heavens. On the other side, after Su Huanqing slapped a demon to death, she took out a treasure. It was a dark blue octagonal crystal. The crystal flew up into the air, emitting a shocking aura. It was the aura of water vapor, as if it contained a lake within. Su Huanqing's hands quickly formed seals, and they landed on the dark blue octagonal crystal. Instantly, the crystal shone brightly, and a deep blue color spread out, accompanied by the sound of surging tides. It continued to spread out, covering an area of 100 meters. The terrifying power was unparalleled, and it repelled everything in the surroundings, except for Su Huanqing, who was unaffected. It continued to expand, and it only stopped when it was 1,000 meters tall. The 1,000-meter deep blue water rippled, and a shocking wave of water vapor spread out in all directions. It made people feel as if they were beside a huge lake, and they felt relaxed and happy. Su Huanqing stood on the 1,000-meter deep blue lake like a goddess. She waved her hand lightly, and her blue muslin robe fluttered without wind. With a boom, a giant seemed to drill out of the lake, and it kept expanding. The water of the lake gathered around it, like 100 rivers flowing into a river. The dark blue giant grew bigger and bigger, and it only stopped when it was 100 meters tall. The lower half of the dark blue giant's body was completely connected to the 1,000-meter deep lake, and the dark blue octagonal crystal was embedded in the giant's heart, becoming the source of its power. Compared to the water giant that Su Huanqing had summoned at the Dragon Transformation Lake, this one was much more powerful. Moreover, last time it had used the water of the Dragon Transformation Lake. This time, it was using a treasure, and that treasure was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Just the upper half of its body was 100 meters tall. If it was the whole body, it would be at least 200 meters tall. It was undoubtedly a huge creature. This huge creature stood in the air above the walls of the demon-suppressing fortress, and it emitted an extremely terrifying wave of energy. With a wave of its hand, water arrows as thick as a person's waist shot out, carrying a shocking force as they tore through the sky. In an instant, dozens of low-grade Demon Clan cultivators were reduced to dust. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.